byways, you wait with your people. If you are a woman of the Lord, you take care of your household, you pray, you meditate, you fast. You know what I'm saying? You have to follow these law, statutes, commandments. Okay? And that is what you need. That is what you need to take it to the next level. Putting everything on the Most High. Everything on Yahweh Hashem, Mashiach, Yahushua. Because vengeance is his. He wants all the smoke. All right? So what you do now is you got to keep the law, statutes, commandments. All of them. To the best of your ability. It's a new moon. Hey, go to the new moon. God forbid you sit there and listen to some scriptures with your friends and get to eat, drink, and be merry. Oh, that's terrible. Who could do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't think too far ahead. You know what I mean? Our feast days are like joyful days. We get to know what the Most High did for our ancestors and what He's doing for us and what He's going to continue to do. And you got to keep reminding people because we keep forgetting. Let's go to Mark chapter 8, verse 18. Cannot forget. Keep this in mind. All right, that's why I'm booking this lesson right here about faith and talk about our ancestors and what they did. You know, all right. Say Mark chapter 8, verse 18, and it reads, "Having eyes, see ye not; having ears, hear ye not; and do ye not remember?" I wish I got to ask, like, you forgot. All these things that the Most High has done for our ancestors, you can't forget. All right? This is our power. When you look, all right, now check me out. This is very important. It was, what was it at? Chaasadyah, if you're not knowing. All right? Con. Now, all right. Ariel, there's a video, there's a picture that you put up, right, with all these lights in the sky, different colors, like a break in the clouds. It was amazing. And people put it on TikTok. The people that were looking at it, obviously weren't Israel. Like, yo, what the heck is that? You know what I'm saying? They started, going crazy because it's something they never seen before. You know, he revealed himself in that light. So, it was one of us that put it up. Like, the Israelites probably did some crazy stuff with their computer and da-da-da. These some dudes had no idea what that was. And that joint went viral immediately, right? Ariel shared that. And it was another one where, I mean, it looked unbelievable. Brother H.O.I out here in Philadelphia shared it. And it was next to a plane. I don't know what country it was from, all right? But it was next to a plane that's going 400 to 500 miles an hour. And it was huge. It was a huge light in the sky. And it looked like the light opened up its arms, if that makes any sense. What do you do with that? What can America do with that? That's what you have to remember. That's your power. Who cares? They're going to come door to door and this, that, and the third. Okay. Now, if you do what the Most High requires of you, you follow the law, statutes, commandments, go to the feast days, you give your alms, you pray, you meditate, you fast, right? You think Joe, Creepy Joe, and his boys are able to do anything to you? Now, we know Jacob's trouble's coming. But would you rather be surrounded by angels like that in the sky or demons? You gotta pick one. You can't have both. Both, they don't hang out with each other. Incorruption makes the spirit. You know what I mean? Incorruption brings the Most High towards you, Chaasadyah. All right? So have no type of corruption around you. So you could get experiences like that. And we're in that time period where get experiences like that. You know what I'm saying? This is the time. And this is the time where everything starts to make sense. Things start to come together. You know? Let's go to Joel, chapter 2. And we're going to start at 27. Awesome verse. You know what I'm saying? Awesome scriptures. Like our ancestors really put the thing down, man. For the one for them, if we didn't have this book, if the Most High hadn't granted us this book, can you imagine the stress? You know, you might be stressed now. Can you imagine the stress of not knowing what's going to happen next, or not knowing if you're going to make it or not? At least now you have it in your hands. It's up to you. You know, can I follow these law, statutes, commandments to the best of my ability? You know what I mean? You will. It's all on you to do the right thing. All right. So look, Joel 2:27, and ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed. Verse 28. And it shall come to pass afterwards that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men shall see visions. That's the time period we at now. So you get a dream, write it down, write the time, the date, so you can look back on it. Like, I remember it. I'm sure you will, but write down, get the details. But it's the time period when we're getting dreams like that. You know, I know we talked about, Wisdom Solomon said don't lean on dreams. You know, like they're the end all be all. But there's some dreams that you're getting, I know you're getting, and you can't forget that. All right? Remember. And it might be dreams you had a long time ago that now starting to make sense. It's time period we're living. All right, so let's start. It's all on faith, y'all, okay? So let's go to Hebrews 11, and we'll start at verse 1. All right, Hebrews 11, verse 1. When everybody got it, takes time. I know a lot of people have their phone on mute, so. But good luck, you king. I can read for you, king. Time for water. Appreciate you. All right, yeah, we're going to start at Hebrews 11, and we'll start verse 1. Everybody got it? Please say calm.
Yeah.
Now faith is the Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So that's faith, right? But faith is an action word. Faith is not just crossing your fingers and saying, I hope for the best. And when you go through this chapter, you're going to see that our ancestors were on that type time. They wasn't just hoping for the best. They weren't all right, that's good, and then forgetting about it and going back to whatever everybody else is doing. Our ancestors made hate. Our ancestors knew the power of H.O.I, and they took it seriously. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't funny. They understood that when in Turkey, right, when you got floods in the north and fires in the south, that's a judgment on Turkey. That's a huge country. Their cars are literally piled up on top of each other in mud. Up north. Down south, there's fires everywhere. That's right next to Greece. That's near Greece. You know what I mean? So they're on fire. Shalom. You got to remember last year, they were ready to go to blows in the Navy due to, an issue with drilling. Turkey wanted to drill wherever they wanted to. Greece said no. They're ready to go to war. It's going to be a spark of World War III last year, right around the same time. Maybe, last May, something like that. Now look at them. They can't even think about war. They got to think about putting out the fire. They got to think about what they're going to do with these floods. So our ancestors would have seen this stuff and been like, oh, man, Most High's judgment. Some of us, even on this call, I mean, a lot of people around the world, but even some people on this call are like, man, it's climate change. It's ridiculous. It's all this emissions. We got to get this thing under control. Nah, it's the Most High. You know what I'm saying? I'm not staying around on this call. I know, but if you're new and you haven't really experienced what the Most High has in store, you got to read this book, First Things First, and you'll know that he's all over the place. He does it all. You understand? Even the snow in Brazil. He does it all. All right? Let's go to John chapter 20 and verse 29. But, with this next verse, it's like, look, you can see everything. This is what it comes down to our people. They can see everything, experience everything, be there, take pictures, put it on Facebook, put it on Instagram, and forget in 3 minutes. Yo, that was crazy. What happened? Wait, what happened? You don't even remember what just happened. Our people, and for the most part, it's a lot on our plate. You know what I mean? America purposely puts a lot on your plate and it bombards you with stuff so you can't pick out what's important and what's not. And that's a tactic. You know what I'm saying? You have a conversation with a Mason, he'll go around the block about whatever you're having a conversation with. And by the time he's done talking, like, what are we even talking about? So that's a tactic that people use. So what we have to do is continue to be focused, continue to understand what time period we're living in, banish sin, like get away from me saying not today. I want to find out what's going to happen to the world today. I don't want to find out what's going to happen to me. I'm going to stay out the way. All right? So keep bringing that up. John 20, verse 29.
John chapter 20, verse 29. And Yahweh shall say up unto him, Thomas, because thou hast seen me, thou hast believed. Blessed are they that have not seen and yet have believed.
Okay. Now, the thing is, right, we haven't seen, it depends, who's on this call, but just speaking in general, it's been fairly recently that, like this year, that America came out and said, yes, there are UFOs, they're unidentified, we don't know who they are, they can pop up wherever they want to, disappear wherever they want to, they can get over our nuclear facilities, they can start a countdown with the nuclear weapons, or they can take them offline. They started a countdown in Russia, took them offline in Montana, you know what I mean? But now we're seeing things in the skies. We're seeing things online. These aren't people that are making this stuff up and doing it for clickbait. All this is really happening. All this is really going on. So that should add on to the faith. That should add on to the belief. Shouldn't be getting weak. Don't let it all pile on you like, so much going on, I don't want to think anymore. No. Take your time out and examine yourself, examine what's going on in the world, and you will see that the Most High is crying out to us, like trying to get y'all attention. I don't care about the spittle. You kidding me? These other nations are spit. They're nothing. What did the bull say? They're nothing burgers. A whole bunch of nothing burgers walking around here with numbers on their head like the frighteners. Like it's going to be your time to go real soon. He's trying to get our attention. All right, keep reading the next verse, verse 30.
John chapter 20, verse 30. And many other signs surely did H.O.I in the presence of his disciples, which are not written in this book.
Yeah, can you imagine that? It was constant miracles. You know what I'm saying? You're sitting there with H.O.I. You can only fit so many things into the book. You know how many wow moments they probably had sitting with H.O.I? Then you got Thomas who's like, I don't believe until I see, I believe it. How do you hang out with somebody that's doing miracles and you still don't believe? That's our people. And I say our people, I'm not saying like I'm not in part of that. You know, I've got to constantly check myself. You know what I'm saying? This is serious business. You know? And we're experiencing all this. We're seeing the downfall. The downfall of America is happening now. This is how an empire falls. The huge empire is slowly falling. But in the whole scheme of things, in the 200-something years, it's really a quick departure because they shut down everything last year. The economy collapsed. The Dow Jones, they had to pump so much fake money into it. And then they got everything back together. We're good. Now the variant's coming. And they're about to shut down again. So this is the variant that was there in India. And if you remember anything about India, they were burning people in the parking lot of the crematorium. They were throwing people in the rivers along with their idols that they were praying to. Krishna and whoever else they prayed to, whatever gods and goddesses they prayed to, they threw them joints away. Why? Because they're praying nobody was happy, no help. Now on the flip side, we're praying that it continue, and it continues. So all praise the Most High, He's listening to our prayers. Read next verse, 31.
Verse 31. But these are written that ye might believe that H.O.I is the Christ, the Son of Yahweh, and that believing ye might have life through his name.
Those names are crucial. You know, like think about it. There's some people that follow the law, statutes, commandments and don't know the name. Some people that follow the law, statutes, commandments don't believe H.O.I walked the earth. There's some people that believe that, you know, I would say they follow the law, statutes, commandments, believe the law is done away with. But there's so many different Israelites out there that, you know, don't seem like they got the full spectrum, they got the full picture. Be happy. Be excited. You got everything. You got the name. I mean, I say everything, like, you know, obviously everything's not in the book, right? But you got the name, you know, to follow the law, statutes, commandments, and you're going in the right direction. All right? Keep going. Let's go to Luke 10 and 24. This ain't the time to stop. Where are you going to go? What are you going to do? Go back into the world, the club's going to be closed. You know what I mean? There's going to be no more ticket master. They got to make sure you got your papers in order to get in. It's not going to be none of that. Because we know that the jab ain't working. So once everybody's in the hospital, they're going to figure it out themselves. Like, oh, I just got it. It didn't work. Oh, that's just a breakthrough. See, we call that a breakthrough. It doesn't happen a lot until it does. Until 74% of people in the hospitals in Massachusetts are stuck because they all got the jab too. They're in the hospital. All right? So this thing's going to shut down again. Because most I said it would. All right, let's go to Luke 10 and 24. Oh, sure.
Luke 10, chapter 10, verse 24. For I tell you that many prophets and kings have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear and have not heard them.
All right, so this the whole book, actually. Everybody in this book, you know, because we talked about the end in the beginning. You know what I mean? Jacob had all his sons come around and listen, not the end, and came to Genesis 49 chapter. So everybody that read the scriptures after that knew about the end coming, the end coming. We're here. We are actually here. Look around you. Right now, look around you. You are at the end of this thing. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. You know what I mean? You want to cross that finish line. You've seen videos where people are running, they think they won, they got their hands up, yeah, I won, and somebody's passing them. You're like, wait, what happened? Did I not get the gold? Nah. Matter of fact, you got the silver, or you're lucky to get the silver. You got passed by everybody. So don't stop until you reach that finish line. Prophets and kings, they all desire to see this time. America, wait, modern day Babylon, just brothers in this book that, you know, obviously weren't here to see modern day Babylon, right? Modern day Babylon's pretty new as far as, you know, concept of time. But all these different things, Island, Gomorrah, Egypt, they lock you up for anything. Now they're going to lock you up if you ain't got a mask on. The Philadelphia mayor said if you don't got a vaccine, stop you. Okay, I'll try again. The Philadelphia mayor said if you ain't got it, if you didn't get the job, you got to wear double mask. What? Who made you like this? You understand? This is, and what's happens if I don't wear it? What's gonna happen? You'll throw me in jail? When everybody else said, are they gonna wear double mask, locked up, or is everybody just gonna get it and then give police to give it to everybody? This is the place we live in at. You understand? To the point where these mandates are going to start being enforced by law enforcement. Instead of telling you, yo, you have to do this, you have to do that, they're like, yo, you're going to do this, or I'm going to throw you in jail. So, with that in mind, this place is collapsing. They're doing whatever they want to do at this point. You know what I mean? They're pulling out all the stops. And that's why we have to be totally girded up in this word and in this truth. You know what I mean? So the Most High is reading your mind. You know what I'm saying? You're just like, Lord, you know, walking down the street. You're constantly praying. Lord, please just get me out of this place. Lord, destroy this place. You know what I mean? Constantly. That is the move. Pray without ceasing. You know, we like to be a walking dream. That's the move. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to back to Hebrews. Hebrews 12, it's like Hebrews 11 and 2. Okay. So this is a very spiritual time we're living in. All right. There's people that are actively following the laws of God, and there's people that are actively not. There's no reason for them to do it. They think they're not going to make it. They know they're not going to make it, and they're doing everything in their power not to make it. So we got to live amongst these people until H.O.I comes back and makes it right with a double-edged sword. All right. So it's time to stay focused. Go ahead. You bring that out. Hebrews 11 and 2.
Hebrews 11 and 2. For by it the elders obtained a good report.
And what do we want to do? We want to obtain a good report. Okay? That's what we want to do. When we get in front of the judge, we want him to say, you did good. You did a good job. I'm proud of you. You don't want him to say, depart from me, you workers of iniquity. I don't even know you. Oh, you don't know me? Wait, me. You remember me? I was on the corner of 50th Market. Remember? That was me. I told that one girl that she was Israelite. Remember? And then, anybody want to hear that? We want to have a good report. We got to go out to the Most High. We go to the judge. Person that has faith. You know, he has love for Yahweh Shem Mashiach Yahushua. So much that he kept this commandment. She kept this commandment. You know? Let's go to 2 Ezra 3 and 36. You know? That's the move. If you hear me say stay focused a lot today, that's because that's the message. You gotta stay focused. As soon as you, like right now, you could be writing these precepts down, or you could be watching the Eagles game, or whoever else is playing on Thursday. I was too late. That's not staying focused. You know, I found out that football's back on. Football's back on? I ain't know. You know what I mean? Because my focus is on this word. My focus is on the future and what's happening. All right? You bring that out. 2 Ezra 3, 36.
2 Ezra, chapter 3, verse 36. Thou shalt find that Israel by name have kept thy precept, but not the heathen.
But not the heathen. They're not keeping nothing. They don't even want to keep anything. That's the funny part, that you're like, hey, man, the heathen can be saved. Esau can be saved. Esau doesn't want to be saved. These Edomites, are actively trying to follow the Most High. How many? Name them. Where are they? I don't know any of them. You know what I'm saying? How many East Indian Elamites are actively trying to follow the Most High, not Krishna, you know what I mean? Whatever other gods they have. How many? See, the problem is, when it comes down to it, with these other nations, we just, for whatever reason, we want everybody to be saved. We got to worry about ourselves. You got to seek out your own salvation with fear and trembling. Not the heathen. The heathen is going to cry and weep and be upset when that time period comes. That's when they're going to be upset. And I call that the first 48 interrogation room sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see it. I didn't mean to shoot him. I didn't know. He told his mom that I'm sorry. And then the cop is sitting there like, were you sorry yesterday before we picked you up? Yeah, I was sorry. Come on, man. The heathen's not going to be sorry until everybody around him's getting their head chopped off. And then the apology comes. All right, let's go to Acts 7, verse 9. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta keep in mind, you're gonna be in front of the judge. Now you and such and such. So such and such says, nah, I ain't trying to go to the tabernacle this year, man. Like, yeah, you're right, you should. And you following behind this person. I ain't trying, new moon. All right, I'll go to the next one. So I go to this one. You found behind this person. This person, you never know. In Israel, I guarantee some people that realized that they were ham, or, you know what I mean? Or something to that effect. They realized down the line that their father was Esau, and they just going off. You never know. So don't follow behind somebody going the wrong direction. All right? Bring that out. Acts 7, verse 9.
Acts chapter 7, verse 9. And the patriarchs, moved with envy, sold Joseph into Egypt, but God was with him. They had envy on Joseph. Go ahead, read verse 8. I mean, stop slacking. Verse 10. Verse 10. And delivered him out of all his affliction, and gave him favor and wisdom in the sight of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And he made him governor over Egypt and all his house. But God was with him. The whole plan is to have God with you. So by the time you get in front of that judgment seat, this ain't the first time that you talk to the Most High. This ain't the first time you interacted with him.
hey, man, I talk to you every day. You know what I've been trying to do. You know the moves I've been trying to make. Like, yeah, you're one of the good. You want the Most High to say something like that. Who's this guy? I don't know. All right, get him out of here. What did you do with your talents? You just buried them? These talents, you just bury them? That's what you're doing? You ain't flip nothing? You gotta have some works. You gotta have your fruit. That judgment seat, it's a scary spot. It's either life or death. It's either eternal life or eternal damnation with fire. Like, you don't get much realer than that. Eternal damnation, And what did Egypt know? Everything that Joseph told him. All right? That's how Egypt got wise and all that stuff with Joseph. And the Most High was with him. Okay, let's get that. Let's go down to verse 22.
Acts chapter 7, verse 22. And Moses was learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, and was mighty in the words and in deed.
And where did he learn? He learned from the Egyptians? All stuff that Joseph told him. And what did Joseph learn? God was with him. He dealing with the Most High. So that wisdom was there. He gave wisdom, and Pharaoh got wisdom and everything. A lot of people eat off the Israelites. They eat off of us. Where would America be without us? How would you open a door if it wasn't for Israel? How would you start your car? How would you use your cell phone? How would you use the internet? Peanut butter, hairstyle, everything. It's all us. And where do we get it from? We get it from the Most High. Man, calls of the Lord. The Most High says something, we hear it, and we put it down on paper. With all the inventions that so-called black men and women have made throughout history, it's unbelievable. And they got the nerve to call us stupid or, unlearned or, whatever they have to say to put us down. But history speaks for itself. You know what I mean? So, all right, let's go to Psalms 105, verse 15. And then go a little bit further in on that. Okay. As far as Joseph and learning, the other nations learn a lot from us. So you got that, Psalms 105, verse 15, you can bring it out.
Psalms 105, verse 15, saying, touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm.
So we're not in a position where we're fearful. Fear, the only fear you should have is fear towards the Most High. And then not doing what he asks you to do. That's your fear. If you do what he asks you to do and commands you to do, you walk through a fire. 10,000 inches right, 1,000 inches right, 10,000 inches left, paraphrasing, and nothing's going to touch you. But you got to believe that. You know what I mean? If you don't believe it, then it's just words. But read the Bible, and it's example after example after example showing you the same thing. It's like, look, don't forget, I'm with you. I'm your God. I like y'all. I like y'all. You black, Hispanics, and Native Americans, y'all some cool people. And you gotta keep it a buck. Y'all some cool people. You can make anything out of nothing. You can turn $5 into $500,000. You can turn a $2 outfit and look better than those people on the red carpet. It's just something about us. Why? Because we are made in his image. You know what I'm saying? So we're the people of this book. Saying, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. If they think, the good thoughts, they think about putting hands on a man of the Lord. You know, he might let it happen. At the same time, they thought that. That's death sentence. Like I bring up with Naquan down in Florida. You know, he's bringing out the word, and the cops came up on him and touched him and grabbed him. After that, I don't know if anybody was paying attention what happened in Florida. They had a string of mass shootings down there in Florida. I'm talking about 7 hits, 8 hits, 6 hits, 7 hits. Like, it just kept going. Every day, I'm like, that's another one? That's another one? Like, how many people are getting shot down there? That's crazy. And what, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, the farm got arrested down there. And then to top everything off, that beautiful 877 Collins Avenue, right by the beach, condo, $1.4 million, trashed to the ground. The people that survived didn't survive that long because they had a whole building on top of them, and they couldn't even get to them. There's a fire underneath the building. I know we talked about that before. There's a fire underneath the building. So it fell, a fire happened, and then later on, the first hurricane ever, 2021 season showed up at the door in Florida. So I don't know if it hit Florida, I'm not sure, but that was projected to hit Florida. So they had to start to protect ourselves. So it says, touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Keep going, read verse 16.
Verse 16, moreover, he called for a famine upon the land. He brake the whole staff of bread.
All right, so the famines come. Go ahead.
Verse 17, he sent a man before them, even Joseph, who was sold for a servant.
So he was, a slave, right? Go ahead.
Verse 18, whose feet they hurt with fetters. He was laid in iron.
Keep reading.
Until the time that his word came, the word of the Lord tried him.
The word of the Lord tried. Go ahead, verse 20.
Verse 20, the king sent and loosed him, even the ruler of the people, and let him go free.
Yeah. You know, they got somebody in prison that can, that's a man of the Lord, can break down dreams, can see things that other people can't see. Oh, let them out. Go ahead, read verse 21.
Verse 21, he made him Lord over his house and ruler over all his substance.
So all that Egyptologists and man, you don't get it, brother. Sun, the stars, brother. You not hitting something, man. You got to see the pyramids. And look, man, it was my ancestors that taught you all that. What are you talking about? And 9 times out of 10, you talking to an Egyptologist, you talking to an Israelite Gentile, just didn't get it. All right? Read verse 22.
Verse 22, to bind his princes at his pleasure and teach his senators wisdom.
There you go. There it is. That's how Egypt learned. Because Egypt learned through us. And that's just a microcosm of every other nation on the planet. Can you imagine what America would be without the so-called black man? You know what America would be without the so-called Native American man? You know what America would be without the so-called Hispanic man, woman, and child? You know what I mean? What would the country be? It would be like the driest, most corniest, weirdest, pedophilic, like, dump on the face of the planet. It would be just as stiff and weird, like the Russians. How you doing? No type of swag, nothing. No type of soul. That's what it comes down to. James Brown talked about he got soul. They don't have no soul. They're a soulless group of people. I mean, their soul, it's just it's wicked though. You know what I mean? There's no righteousness involved with that. All right, let's go back to Hebrews. Oh, sorry, Hebrews 11 verse 3. So we gotta really understand and grasp how important the things our ancestors did was. It wouldn't have been in this book if it wasn't. It wouldn't have made it to the Bible. You know, they put it down. And when we think about our ancestors, we think about the ones that went off. Man, y'all ain't go off and be here in America, you know, being upset and everything like that. But that wasn't everybody. Remember, this book spans the course of time. It starts with in the beginning. There's not another book that I know of that starts with in the beginning. So it spans the time period is unbelievable. So we got to look at the ancestors that did what the Most High told them to do, and we also got to look at the ones that went off. Judas, he went off. 30 pieces of silver for what? You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, Esau put that money in your face. He prints the money. You know? So the person or people that are working with Esau are getting paid to, you know, sow discord and stuff like that. They out there. There's a Judas somewhere. The thing that's good about a Judas is that he's going to have to show himself to be a Judas eventually. And we had our problems in H.O.I, you know what I mean, with the people that are sowing discord. When they do that, oh, thank you. You let us know, you know what I mean? You played your hand. You know, those people got things coming to them, you know. God is not mocked. Wherever you sow, you got to reap. All right? So let's go to Hebrews 11 verse 3. Oh, sure.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 3. Through faith, we understand that the worlds were formed by the word of Yahweh, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear.
So with that word of St. John 1 verse 1, we're framed by the word. Shema Mashiach Yahushua. He said, let there be light, those places. You know, we have Ark Towers did all this. Ark Tower made the world. This is the Hebrews, or first chapter. You know, all this made these Edomites. These Edomites, they're like, nah, I don't believe in God. You ain't got to believe in him. He made you. And it's funny, when I was out there teaching, like, you believe in God? Like, nah. Like, you believe in the devil, though, don't you? Give me like a smile, like, yeah, I kind of do. That's Esau. Esau don't believe in God, but he believes in the devil, and don't even realize that the devil works for the Most High. All right. Then, like, he's on the payroll. You know, like Job, like, he's just walking to and fro, like, yo, hey, what are you doing? Get over here. You know? So these guys think it's a real fight. Oh, man. Hey, how shall I come back? We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And they go to pray to Satan. Satan's like, okay, yeah, tell me what else you're going to do. He works for God. You kidding me? But, you know, you can't teach dogs anything, especially old dogs. All right, bring that out. St. John 1, verse 1. Oh, sure.
St. John, chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Yahweh, and the Word was Yahweh.
Now, keep going.
Verse 2. The same was in the beginning with Yahweh.
So, we say God means power. Because the Yahushua was right there at the beginning. You know, forming the world, Most High being architect, right? All right, let's go to Colossians 1, verse 12. Go further in on that. And you gotta pay attention to the days, y'all. Pay attention to the days. Don't let all these days just get clumped up together like, oh man, it's another day. It's not just a the things that are happening each, you know. Can you imagine like that? What those people seen outside the plane is like what it's like. You know, he wrote about it. These things are happening so often now that it's just like put in the back burner. All right, so keep in mind, you know what I mean? Just don't waste a day. A lot's happening each day. All right. So it's another day to repent, another day to get things right. Don't waste it. Okay. All right. Let's go that with Colossians 1 verse 12.
Colossians chapter 1 verse 12. Giving thanks unto the Father, which have made us meet to be partakers of the inheritance of the saints in light.
Keep going.
Verse 13. Who have delivered us from the power of darkness and have translated us into the kingdom of his dear Son.
All praise. All right. Let's keep going.
Verse 14. In whom we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sin.
You know, through his living sacrifice. You know, God loves us that he you know, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. I know Christians say that, but they're not talking about it. They're talking about us, the world of Israel. You know, Son. That's how much he loves you. That's something you gotta grasp. You gotta really understand that and keep that, hold it tight towards you. You know what I mean? Not only did he do all this outside, everything you ever thought about, every planet, every star, did all that, but at the same time, the oceans, the bottom of the oceans, the whales, everything, he did all that, right? And he loves you. Wow. You can't buy that. Steve Jobs, you know, he's dead. Or, you know, Bill Gates, they can't buy this. All the money in the world can't buy your nationality. And that's why he's so gung-ho on giving you the, you know what I'm saying, and, you know, destroying you. He's mad. He's big mad. You tell me I got billions of dollars and I have no hope of salvation? Yep. Straight like that. You know what I mean? So you got to keep that in mind in your head. All right? Your head, your children's head. And not to go off topic, but listen, everybody else in your neighborhood, Black, Hispanic, Native American, is also a child of the Most High. You got to treat them good. But at least don't treat them bad. Don't, you know, stare them down, look at this person. Yeah, they ain't got no fringes on. They ain't got. But they might wear their fringes tomorrow. They might wake up tomorrow. All right? Don't be just judging people willy-nilly because they are God's children too. You want to wear fringes. You want to follow that. Or follow the commandments. So who are you now that, all right, we still got time. They can still get right. So that's our job, to get them right. So I'm going to go off topic. Can you read verse 14?
Salakia, verse 15? Or you want to read 14 again?
Oh, Salakia, 15. Go ahead.
Colossians, verse 1, verse 15. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature? Keep going. Verse 16. For by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or demons, or principalities, or powers. All things were created by him and for him.
And that's your big bro. That's your big brother. So wait, read that next verse, verse 17.
Verse 17. And he is before all things, and by him all things consist.
That's a power. That's a huge power. And that power is returning. We got to make sure, we got to put out the red carpet. We got to put the flowers at his feet. You know what I'm saying? This is a big deal. All right, like I said, a lot of prophets, a lot of kings wanted to see this and have it. This is a big deal. You know? We gotta project our voices, let the world know this is happening. All right, no 9-page report from the U.S. Congress, from the Pentagon to the Congress, put anything in there about Yahweh Bashem Mashiach Yahushua. They didn't do their justice when it came to enlightening people. So what happened? Hey man, somebody got shot, stabbed, or whatever, you know. He'd be all right, right? Ran up there with a knife, like literally a knife, and guaranteed that that policeman had a gun. So that guy brought a knife to a gunfight, and inevitably won. The guy got shot. But hey, the mute your phone. Have some feedback in the back now. All right. So all right. Let's go to Ephesians 3:9. Keep going with this. All right. We're going to go back to Hebrews chapter 6. So Yahushua is coming back. The eyes of the Lord upon the sinful kingdom. The eyes of the Lord upon those that fear him. All right? So he knows what we're going to go through. He knows what's coming next. We know Jacob's trouble's on his way. We see that they have a FEMA camp, a super, what do they call it, super site or whatever, FEMA. Brother's been bringing that out forever about the FEMA camp. They were like, yeah, okay, whatever. FEMA camps, huh? Y'all believe in this conspiracy theory. Until it comes on the news, and no, it's no longer a conspiracy theory. It's like, oh, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. No, you didn't. You try to play brothers and think you didn't know what was talking about. Now it's public knowledge. Now it's on MSNBC, CNN, and everything. But they still won't get it. Can you bring that out? Ephesians 3:9.
Ephesians chapter 3, verse 9. And to make all men see what is the fellowship of the mystery, which from the beginning of the world have been hid in Yahweh, who created all things by Yahweh Shai Christ.
All right. You got that understanding? Let's go back to Hebrews 11, verse 4. So it's all by faith, y'all. By faith. You know, if we didn't have the internet, it would be difficult to get this knowledge out, right? The Most High put the spirit on brothers to invent this internet. You know what I mean? Special connections and wiring that brothers came up with. Now we got the internet. This is the worst thing that happens to the oppressor, because we can share ideas, share our dreams, share our visions, share breakdowns, you know, share with each other things that normally wouldn't be able to happen. Like I said in Daniel, you know, things are going to speed up. And this is what's happening now. All right, let's go to Hebrews. He said Hebrews 11, verse 4. You bring that out.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 4. By faith, Abel offered unto Yahweh more excellent sacrifice than Cain, by which he obtained witness that he was righteous, Yahweh testifying his gift, and by it he began, by it he being dead yet speaketh.
And put it like this, like, you know, death shouldn't be scare-free. It's a transition, you know. in the spirit world. And, you know, in situations, depending on the things you've been through in life, you realize that you're not in control. Sure, about this call, understand you're not in control. You can do the safe things. You can make sure you got your keys in your hand when you leave out the car. You got to get the car to your crib. It's crazy out here in these streets. They sticking people up and shooting them. You know, I'm going to make sure I do this, be safe with that. But you're not in control. You could have slipped in the shower and drowned in 2 inches of water this morning. Anybody on this call, you didn't have to wake up. We're not in control, you know? But with Abel, right? His brother killed him. And he was in the spirit world, yeah, yo, he just ran. You know what I mean? Like, look, you know, he's speaking to the death like that. You know, was like, yo, like Jack, your brother, like, you know what I mean? Your brother's blood. I can smell it. I can hear it. I can, you know, he's here. What happened? Oh, my brother's keeper. Jake being you know, the spirit of Esau. All right. Let's go to Genesis 4 and 4. 4 and 4. As the elder would say. You know, brother, not allow him to say 4 and 4. Genesis 4 and 4. Got it.
Genesis chapter 4, verse 4. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering.
Time. Abel knew what time it was. He said, I'm giving the best. Most high stuff back. Come back. So he comes, yo, we got royal red carpet. But what we do here is that project our voices and let people know to come back to the law, statutes, commandments. That's royal red carpet. You understand? Found the feast days and doing everything in righteousness. That's putting down the pedals. You know, Most High don't want a Bentley. You know what I mean? We all put our money together so when Christ comes back, we give him a Bentley. He don't want that. He wants you to do what you're supposed to do. Do what you're told. There's nothing wrong with that. All right? Let's go to Revelation 6 and 9. You know, go further in with you know, that's why, you know, not to fear death. That's what America can't do nothing with you if you're not afraid to die. I feel like that. A scary thing, the scariest thing in America to these Edomites is a righteous Israelite that's not afraid to die and is not doing everything to cause his death. I ain't afraid to die, so I'm gonna get drunk and drive 100 miles an hour. Not that. But to do stuff that's righteous, live life righteously. I found the law and I'm doing this. And you know, anything that happens, you're not dying in your sin. That's scary. Dying in your sin. You die in his truth, you die in his word. Man, I mean, to me, that's a blessing. I can't stand this place. If I'm able to talk to the Most High, I'll go right back. Wait. I'll talk to you. I'm a bugger. Go. I'll talk to you real quick. All right, give me 5 minutes. Can I go back? Can I go back? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even trying to go back to be born. I want to go back as a spirit and, first of all, destroy whoever killed me. And then uplift my people. Opportunity? What? To vex Joe Biden in the spirit world? Hey, man, that sounds like a good deal, you know? But I mean, don't get me wrong, I enjoy watching the fall of this kingdom, but if I'm not here tomorrow, just know I'm going to be up there doing the work. I'm going to be up there like, yo, folks down there, they cool people, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we help them out with this, help them out with that. Like, you know, if it be the Most High's will. That's why Death's like, all right, somebody pulls out a gun, like, all right, we're going to do with that. For what? I'm not running. I'm not going to run so you shoot me in the back. I'm dying my feet like a man. All right? Let's go. Let's bring that up for me. Shaw, Revelation 6 and 9.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 9. And when he had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of Yahweh and for the testimony which they held.
Go ahead.
Verse 10. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, doest thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth?
You know what I'm saying? So you can imagine how many people that died, you know, maybe they didn't know the truth, right? They didn't have the truth at that time, say like 1700s, 1600s, you know. Our folks is working sun up to sundown in a slave plantation, dying of heat stroke or whatever, you know what I mean? And they weren't bad people, you know. They're up there like, yo, Most High, like we got to get these people back. These people are the worst people on the planet. They smile in your face and they stab you at the same time. You can't even gauge which one is good and which one's bad. That's why they're all bad. The way they're strained from the womb. The ones that are smiling are the worst ones. The liberals, right? The liberals move in your neighborhood, like, oh, I guess we're being gentrified now. And then your rent from $900 goes up to $1,800, goes up to $2,200, and then you gotta go. You can't keep up with that. And the liberals like, okay, all right, Black Lives Matter. Enjoy. See you in the homeless shelter. You know what I'm saying? This is the type of people we deal with. And then you get the Trump guy who'll be like, man, look, I don't like you. Hey, I don't like you. All right, cool. I can see eye to eye with that person. You don't like me, I don't like him. I had some of the best conversations with white people at the January 6th insurrection. They're like, yeah, we know you're the Jews. Yeah, man, I believe everything you guys are saying, man. These guys were military guys, too. Military and cops. And any brother that was out there with me can back that up. Those Edomites, hey, man, I don't like you. I don't like you. All right. I'm cool with that. But it's them liberals, man. You got to keep your eye out for them. They're the ones telling you to get the jab. Right? Once we get this thing going, they're not stopping it. They say Black Lives Matter and LGBT lives, Q, P, X, Y, Z, and P lives matters on the same breath. It's dangerous. All right? So our ancestors are up there. How long, oh Lord, how long? And it's from the beginning of time, spanning time, but able. Right? Because the spirit of Esau, the devil, hopped on Cain. You know what I mean? So I say he's a murderer from the beginning. They don't stop. Let's go to Hebrews 11, verse 5. These people don't stop. And they're not going to. They see the same things we see in the sky. They understand what's going on. But they're just going to keep on riding it until the wheels fall off. So a person like that has to be taken out. Mm-hmm. All right? We ain't got to do it. And how many can we get anyway? 5, 6, before it's all said and done? Most High will burn their houses down. Like the Dixie fire over there in California. There's $1 million houses there, torched. We ain't living in them houses. No, that's all Esau. Esau right now is in the homeless shelter or in the Red Cross, the Red Cross camp. So he takes care of situations. He's the one that would send a lightning strike and kill 15 people in one lightning strike. We can't do that. Not yet, anyway. All right, bring that out. Hebrews 11, verse 5.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 5. By faith, Enoch was translated that he should not see death, and was not found because Yahweh had translated him. For before his translation, he had his testimony that he pleased God.
Yeah, man, come on. We got to, you see, Enoch was not tracked. Come on. Don't you want to be on that fight, Tom?
God.
Yeah. You know? Who wants to be that? I mean, like I said, I'm not running. But at the same time, like, I would enjoy to watch the fall of this kingdom. I said that. I enjoyed watching Trump have coronavirus. I enjoyed watching his son get coronavirus and his wife. Remember her with that jacket? I don't care, do you? Well, you know, she was stuck in bed for a little bit. You know, she'd be all right, right? And who else? Rudy Giuliani, Chris Christie, almost didn't make it out to June. He was in the hospital for a month. People forgot about him. Like, you know, Chris Christie's still in the hospital, right? Like, oh, and he ain't looking good, you know? Herman Cain, of course, the only black guy. Herman Cain didn't make it. He was partying at that rally. Remember that? And then, like, 5 other so-called black folks partying at that rally in Tulsa, which was the same day of the race riot. Remember that? Oh, I didn't know it was the same day. I'm sorry. I'll make it the next day. He did that on purpose. And them ninjas went right along with it. And what happened? The biggest ninja sitting there in the room died that day. So all them other ninjas that were sitting with him, they got to remember that. That wasn't that long ago. That was last year. You know what I mean? That's a traumatic experience. All right? But that's enjoyable for me. You see the downfall of my enemies. When the stock collapsed, or not collapsing, but the Dow is down 700 points, that's a good thing. So all them devil's money gets wiped up in the air, going just like that. You know? When the Pentagon, the people that are listening to us right now and are watching us all the time, when their security gets a knife to the neck or abdomen, wherever the guy got poked up, that is something I would like to see more of. That's what I'm praying for. I'm not praying for this place to come back online. This place is trash. This place enslaved my ancestors. All right? So to aim in that direction and ask the Most High for anything, you got to do what the Most High asks you. But don't do it half behind. Don't half behind do what He asks you. Go to full spectrum. Go all out. You're like Enoch. You only have to see death. All right? Now let's get that with Enoch. So Genesis 5 and 23. Okay. So, I mean, that pleased God. You know, he had a testimony and it pleased God. That's the aim. You know, maybe a tagline that will please God, you know, that's aiming for that. H.O.I. to the charity fly, you know, just that. In itself, like, what is H.O.I? What is the chariot? You know what I'm saying? You can explain that to somebody, you know? That works. Anything to wake up your people and to project the name of Yahweh Hashem Mashiach Yahushua. That's pleasing to the Most High. You know? You do it for 1 week and then the rest of the week you're in the world. No, keep going. This be a part of your life. This is every fiber of your being. All right, because the biggest story that hit the United States and the world is what you know. What you know for a fact when everybody else finally gets the bigger picture, it's going to be the biggest story in the history of the world. So project it, okay? Genesis 5:23. Bring that up.
Genesis chapter 5, verse 23. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 24. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him.
Trying to get like that, you know what I mean? You're not, obviously you did something right. That's what we aim for, doing something right. Let's go to Iraq in the Apocrypha. Iraq, we're going to go to chapter 44 and verse 16. All right.
Iraq, chapter 44 and verse 16. Enoch pleased the Lord and was translated, being an example of repentance to all generations.
Yeah, please the Most High. Do what He asks you to do. It's not that hard. It's funny going out there and talking to people like, yo, you got to keep commandments. You keep all those commandments? You need all those commandments? Like, look, man, it's really not that hard. It's really a lifestyle. Now, if you have a lifestyle of doing the opposite of everything Most High says do, then it could be difficult transition. You know what I mean? But it's not an impossible transition. You know, it's a 180. Turn around. Go that way. You've been walking this way the whole time, and it's been doing nothing for you. Go this way. All right? And maybe you can get a blessing like that the Most High gave to Enoch. All right? Let's go to so how do you get that way? Let's go to Genesis 6 and 9, right? You got perfect, right? Perfect. Not making any mistakes, okay? But perfect is, it's not what you think. You know what I mean? Because like it says, you know, every man sins, right? But we aim to get that sin away. We aim for that perfection. You know, why? Don't say you're perfect. Oh, I'm perfect. Then you got to keep up with that. You know, you aim for that perfection. All right? Let's get Genesis 2, verse 9.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 9. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generation. And Noah walked with Yahweh.
And you know what? That perfect, when you look at them, it means wholehearted. You know? Perfect. You put everything into this. You put everything into the Most High. Noah's like, yo, it's going to rain. They were like, yeah, whatever. Kept it going. He was young. Let's take care of it. He knew what time it was. And he's kept it going, building, kept building. And then it rained, and everybody's like, yo, hold up. Where's Noah at? And we'll wait for that. Wholeheartedly, he put everything into the Most High. They aim for that perfection. Shalom, you good? Shalom. You go to sleep tonight.
Some real quick. Well, just real quick, it's nothing that I just got on, and I don't mean it like I really do. I really don't. Something happened to me on Tuesday, so it's something. It's a question I do want to ask. Probably to do it probably up with this. Something happened, man, and I was wondering if anybody can answer the best of their ability. After this, after this class is over, I'll probably finish the topic.
Okay, I got you. So to really, you know, like tonight, right? 10 o'clock, you know what I mean? Go to sleep, da-da-da. You know, before you go to sleep, say prayers. Say, Most High, thank you for everything. I'm still here. You know what I mean? Most High, well, you know, my family's still here. Like, I got a roof over my head. It might even be in a homeless shelter, but it's still a roof. You know what I'm saying? You got, you know, gratitude. And then you wake up the next morning, I'm still alive. You start your day, you go to sleep like that and start your day off like that. Those 24 hours, you can be on a mission to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? On a mission. That's the movie. All right. So yeah, hold that. Let me get this one. Get this other scripture. We go here. Genesis 17:1. Brother, is this something that we wait to the end to ask? That's good.
Shalom.
Yeah, the question tag, you wait to the end?
The end or when you finish your topic. Unless your topic is at the end, that's right.
Then lesson, I don't want to go too far off base. But I mean, if you want to ask
well, then, it's kind of a long story. That's the reason why I kind of want to have it at the end, because I don't want to interrupt things.
Yeah, let's wait for that. All right. You bring that out, Genesis 17:1.
Genesis chapter 17, verse 1. And when Abraham was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abraham and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me and be thou perfect.
Be thou perfect. You look up that word. Perfect, upright, or sincere. Straight up. Straight up with me. You sincere. You know, because the Most High is the God of knowledge. You know, so it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. You're not sincere. You know, so aiming for that perfection is based on how sincere you are. Okay. All right, let's see. John. So John 8:51. Still on that perfect Enoch type time. Okay. Aiming to be on a level where Most High, you're not even gonna kill you. You're not even gonna die. Come over with me. You know, that's the aim. And why not? Why shouldn't that be the aim? Why shouldn't you aim to be 144,000? Aim to be the 144,000. Aim, oh man, I hope I make it. I know. Trust me, everybody on this has the same mindset of, I'll be a doorman in heaven as long as I can make it. We all got that same mindset of just wanting to make it. But you can go overboard. You can go beyond the call of duty. You know what I'm saying? To aim for that perfection. You know what I mean? Have faith that you can do it. Have faith in yourself. And have faith in the Most High that He's going to put you in the right direction. All you got to do is ask Him. All right? So you bring that out, John 8:51.
John chapter 8, verse 51. Verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my sayings, he shall never see death.
All right. Now let's go to Jude 1, verse 14. So that means you got to be on point. And make this your lifestyle. Following the commandments is a lifestyle. You know, think about your lifestyle before this. What were you doing? You know, was it of the Most High? Was it pleasing in His eyes? You know, so that lifestyle got to go. The lifestyle now is you look forward to these feast days. Oh, feast days coming up. I can't wait. I can't wait for tabernacles. Sit there in the woods, meditate. You know what I mean? Pray to the Most High, that peace. Cell phone, put that joint right in the tent. You know, don't need no cell phone out there. Walk in nature, see what the Most High done made, see what the thoughts are going to come to me out there. I can't wait for that. I'm excited about Tabernacles. I'm excited about the Day of Atonement. Just sitting there meditating with all my brothers and sisters in H.O.I. Philly and anybody else that's want to come down, you know what I'm saying? What we going to do? Eat some, you know, break our fast with some delicious salads and fruits and tea and, you know what I mean, all the good stuff in life. You know, that's very so dog. You know, it's not. Ah man, it's Friday. Let me just spend my whole check at the bar. You know what I mean? Let me go to the strip club. Like, come on, that's a whole nother lifestyle. But people get shot at places like that because the Most High not with them. You know. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go to Jude 1 verse 14, or 14.
Jude, chapter 1, verse 14. And Enoch also, the servant from Abraham, and Enoch also, servant from Adam, prophesies of these. So I get?
From Adam, go ahead.
Okay. Seventh from Adam, prophesies of these, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000 of his saints.
And let's, all right, you already know what that's in for. You read next verse, verse 15.
Verse 15, to execute judgment upon all and to convict all that are ungodly among them of all their ungodliness deeds, which they have ungodly committed, and of all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against him.
You know, who are the saints of the Most High? You know, we go to Psalm 65. You know, so Enoch was letting people know from the jump. You know, Enoch was prophesying in Genesis. You know, about a time to come. So he was deep into his studies. He was deep into, you know, in contact with the Most High. You know, in contact, constantly in prayer. Obviously, to get this type of knowledge at a, you know, 7 from Adam, that's in the very beginning. All right, let's go back to Hebrews 11, verse 6. So, be like Enoch. Be like Noah. Okay, these are the people that we need to aim to be like. Don't be like the baby. Don't be like the baby, talking all that gangster talk, guns in the air, see me down Miami. You know what I mean? See what I'll do to you, push shiesty, shooting people and all this. And then you go out in front of a crowd and say, yeah, these gay people are hurt? Hold up. Did he just say something about homosexuals? Are you not degrading your women? Are you not saying how you're going to shoot the op? Why did you, hold up, you just went off script and started talking about homosexuals? Yo, go out there and apologize, man. So, hurry up. Matter of fact, you're taking too long. We're going to cancel your shows. Now apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean, I did not know I wasn't supposed to make fun of gays. Man, that's not gangster. That's what we look at. That's our children looking up to. I thought the dude was a gangster, man. You're supposed to give smoke to anybody. You're a gangster. You give everybody get smoke. Everybody except homosexuals. I bet you his next song is going to be about shooting, you know, what you going to do with this man's wife, adulteress, murder, drug gang. But you can't say nothing about the homosexuals. You know? Especially not bad. You can say something good. Lil Nas X, he's on every Grammy since his song came out. That what's it called? I don't know. That country song that he had, that joke came out years ago. He still got invited to the Grammys to sing that song. No new content, nothing happened that year, but he's talking about he's a homosexual. They're going to put him out there on Front Street. All right? So we don't, you got, and your children, you know what I'm saying? You got to rear your children up, right? Because that is what society wants them to be like. Homosexual. So it can go on with the Georgia Guidestones of only having 500 million people left on the earth. If nobody's having babies, what's going to happen? And if you give out the joint that messes with your menstrual cycle, which thousands of women are you know being watched with seeing their menstruation after taking that thing, that you just knocked off a whole bunch of people. Right? It's like a movie called, it's on Netflix, something like What Happened on Monday. There's movies that they have, like, art imitating life, that people aren't be able to have children. You're like, why? What happened? What happened between now and then? We know what happened now. I'm sure those drones that they're giving people, they have a job to do. And the boosters, they're going to make sure that they do that job. All right? So we follow the law, statutes, commandments, and we follow what our ancestors did right and how the Most High rewarded them. Okay? Go ahead. Hebrews 11, verse 6, folks.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 6. But without faith, it is impossible to please him. For he that cometh to Yahweh must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him.
Yes, most certainly is. If anybody needs a testimony on this call, I'm letting you know that before coming into the truth, life is totally different. It flips. Everything flips. You realize that you have a power that surrounds you at all times. You have a power that surrounds you at all times. Wherever you're going to go, I got to go to work, right? I got to drive to work. The power, the angels clear your way. Something could have, and you have no idea. It could have been a shootout down the street. You about to go head on into that. You about to be caught in the crossfire. But you follow the law, statutes, commandments, they clear that out for you. And you might, like I said, you might actually see it. You might actually see the power in that aspect of you drive by and then you hear later, oh, the shootout, oh, it's just there. I bet there's a bunch of people on this call that can go back in time in their life like, yeah, I was just there. I remember that. That happened to me before. Yeah. That doesn't happen to everybody. You were called out. You didn't choose this life. It chose you. Yahweh, you didn't choose Yahweh. Yahweh chose you. And he makes himself known all the time. People call them coincidences. No such thing. Okay? So without faith, it's impossible to please him. Some things that don't get. You said Slakia?
Yeah. Could you expand on what you mean by he makes himself known?
Say that again?
Could you expand on what himself known? Like an example.
One more time, bro. I can't hear you break it up.
I said, could you expand on what you mean by he makes himself known, for example?
Oh, okay, yeah. In that aspect, meaning you're going on your way to your job, right? And a shootout was prevented. You go to work, and first person comes up, she's like, yo, did you hear about that shootout that happened, da-da-da? Like, wow, I was just there. Yeah, wow, God was on your side, then they just walk off or something. You know what I mean? It's kind of like I'm using this person to let you know that you're safe because of God. That's how. He doesn't, Most High, in some situations, he sent his representative down and talked to brothers, you know what I'm saying? Moses, Mount Sinai, you know what I mean? He'll send his representative down and talk to them. But for the most part, you'll get signs. You'll get irrefutable signs. A lot of people call them coincidence, and you got to get that word out of your mind. It says without faith it's impossible to please him. You got to have faith. If you do what God asks you to do, commands you to do, then he has your back. in every situation. In every situation, even when it gets bad, and Jacob's trouble, stuff we want to go through is going to be stuff that we can talk about in the kingdom later. Like, yo, it's crazy, this happened to me. Like, for real, that happened to you. And then the Most High did this, and an earthquake happened, and the prisons opened up. You know, just to show his power and show do. You know what I mean? So it's in that aspect. Like, he's going to show himself through signs and wonders. And you know what I mean? And make you just get on your knees and thank him. You know what I mean? Until of course that day when he actually physically returns. We're waiting on that day. All right. Okay, so we're gonna go to Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 12.
Chaasadyah.
Go ahead.
Chaasadyah says verse 12.
Yeah.
Chaasadyah.
Go ahead, Chaasadyah.
Okay, this is Jeremiah, brother. I had one day I was very depressed, and I was wondering. I was like, I prayed and said, could God show me where can I get the true God from? Because everybody, I was Jehovah's Witness, I went to Baptist church, I went to all this stuff. Boom. The next day, the Hebrew brothers showed up on my phone. I started listening to Zabak. For 3 years, I listened to Zabak and all his teachings. I'm at work. I'm the lowest paid person, black person. I was working for a prejudiced company. I'm not going to say his name, but I was the lowest paid black person. No matter what I did, saved the company. I saved the company plenty of, still wouldn't give me no raise. I was making $14. When I started listening for 3 years and started paying attention and doing Sabbath, not buying and selling, and doing the commandments and all that, all of a sudden, the prejudiced white dudes that don't like me, I went in there and I said, why I can't make more than white dudes coming in make more than me? They gave me a task to write about something, and they was like, we'll promote you. I knew they wouldn't, but I went in there with faith with the Most High. And the dude that wanted to demote me even more, he got sent out of town. So when I went to the meeting, they didn't know what to do. I got promoted, and I started making more than 90% of the people there. All the white people was mad, but they couldn't do nothing about it. The Most High holding me there for 5 years until I retired.
There it is. You know what I mean? He prayed, got in prayer,
and got blessed. And got blessed.
And also, when we look at with Esther, right? Mordecai, how the situation is similar to that. You know what I mean? You got somebody that's trying to get at you, trying to, in your case, demote you. In Mordecai's case, they were going to hang him in the gallows. And what happened? The king, the Most High, put the spirit on the king that he couldn't even sleep. He wasn't allowed to sleep. Like, something bothered me. You know, hold on, let me look at my ledger. You know, and it says, remember Mordecai. Yo, wow, Mordecai, remember him? And he's talking to the same guy that wants to kill Mordecai. And he's like, you know what? Don't give him a, give him a robe and, parade him through the town and everything like that. And then to fall back on the Amalek. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing about God is you don't necessarily have to be in the know of what he's doing. You know what I mean? You put that's the faith. You put it out there. I do what you command me to do. If it be your will, to stand the third happen. You know what I'm saying? And Like I said, somebody bother you at work. This person bothering me, I ain't nothing to him, this and the third, right? So he might, have the guy transfer out or get fired, and you have no idea what happened, or you keep going to work like, what happened to such? I don't even remember. Like, dang, hold on, I did pray to the Most High to ask him to get this dude out of here, and now he's gone. But you could go and say, oh, that's coincidence. Oh, you know what? The reason why he left, he was making more money. He found another job making more money somewhere else. You completely forgot that you prayed for him to get out of here. However you left, it doesn't matter. He's gone. You got your desired result, And that's what I'm, bringing out with faith, that he's going, with whatever you ask, it's in motion. It's in motion. We ask for the end of the days to get us out of this wicked captivity. This joint is in motion, right? We asked for California that said, take God out of California, or take the Bible, or take God out of California. Okay, and now it's all on fire. He's going to make things happen. It might not be on our watch. Like, I want this to happen, and then it doesn't happen the next day. Oh, God, how can you include this? You blocking your blessings at this point. Don't question them. He's making things happen. You can see the way he's taking out America, it's very symmetrical, or just like, it's precise. Unbelievable. It started with last year with Iran bombing the military base, embarrassing America in front of everybody. The whole COVID thing with slowly taking out America's profits to, like financial profits, you know what I mean? Dwindling down to nothingness. So they have to bring people back. 600,000 people dead to COVID-19, or flu, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? Sloppy. I'm not saying it's unexist, it does exist, right? But they could add on somebody confident, so he got it, that. But and then at the same time, American companies are getting stronger and more powerful and getting together with each other. So the time is happening. It's not happening as fast as you would like it to. Just know it's still in motion. All right, so let's go back. Jeremiah 29, verse 12, both y'all.
Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 12. Then shall ye call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 13, and ye shall seek me and find me, when ye shall search for me with all your heart.
So, all your heart means all your mind. Okay? That means whatever you feel, is this pleasing to God? Is God happy that I'm doing this right now? So you got to really want it, though. You got to really want something. Just like you really want, like when you're a child, you really wanted a bike, or you really wanted a PlayStation game, something like that. You got to really want this thing. There's some people that are like half behind in, half out. Yeah, I know I'm an Israelite, but, sometimes I do this, sometimes I don't. I can't wait until it opens back up so I go on vacation. I'm trying to travel the world. You're not wholeheartedly in this thing. You're just guessing. You just kind of, one foot in, one foot out. See what happens. The next time a big celebrity says he's an Israelite, oh, I'm Israelite too. Now you hype. You know what I mean? That celebrity going to fall off in 5 minutes anyway. And that's something that I was thinking about earlier today. Priest the Box was bringing out. Like, we get all hype when entertainers say that Israelites, but they don't go any further than that. If I'm Israelite, and people move. They're done. And see what happens. Most High take you out of here in a heartbeat. All right, so it's got to be your whole mind, body, and soul into this. And it helps when you surround yourself with like-minded people. If you're surrounding yourself still, like, it might not be something you want to do, it might be somebody in your household or something, around people that really don't care about God, kind of sometimey, it can be difficult, but that's your lot. You got to bear that lot. Okay? Read the next verse.
Verse 14. And I will be found of you, saith the Lord.
All right, go ahead.
And I will turn away your captivity, and I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places whither I have driven you, saith the Lord. And I will bring you again into the place where I caused you to be carried away captive.
So we got to go all in, y'all. All in. All in. We are, to make an example of, like when the plane's coming in and you got the guys with the lightsabers in their hand, like, come this way, come this way. We're doing that. We're doing that with the Most High. Always. Come on down, Most High. Come on down, Most High. Look. Follow law, statutes, commandments, do everything you're supposed to do. You have an open ear to him. You got to take advantage of that, man. You got to take advantage of the Most High incline his ear to you. You got to take advantage of that. Seek him seek him early while he may be found. All right. Let's go back to Hebrews 11 and 7. So you got to be all in. All in. Don't. There's really nothing in this world. I like to go on this ask, like, what is this? What is the left of America to do? It's supposed to be terrible things. The only thing left for America really is for it to burn. That's it. That's where it's got to go. All right. Hebrews 11:7, you guys bring it out.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 7. By faith, Noah, being warned of God of things not seen as yet, moved with fear, prepared an ark to the saving of his house, by which he condemned the world and became heir of the righteousness which is by faith.
All right, and so let's go to Joshua 24 and 22. Okay. And to get a warning from God, you got to look at how important that is, because a lot of people have no idea what's going on. They have no clue that the missiles made to strike America are going to strike America according to biblical prophecy, and that other prophecies a bunch of prophecies have taken place throughout time, throughout this book. So why wouldn't this one take place? Russia even has named after the destruction of America. So us being warned of the nuclear destruction that's coming, that's a beautiful thing. You got to really thank God that he gave you that, so you know what to look for. Okay? So Joshua 24, verse 22. Oh, sure.
Joshua chapter 24, verse 22. And Joshua said unto the people, ye are witnesses against yourselves that ye have chosen you, the Lord, to serve him. And they said, we are witnesses.
And let's go to Hebrews 10:26. I was getting like people, they condemn themselves. You condemn yourself. Your thoughts condemn you. The Most High can't read your thoughts. I ain't worried about what them dudes saying on the corner. I ain't gonna read the Bible. I don't feel like reading the Bible. Who wrote that book anyway? You condemn yourself. All right, you get Hebrews 10:26. You got it. Bring it out.
Hebrews chapter 10, verse 26. For if we sin willfully after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sin.
Yeah. So put it like that. All right. If you know better, you do better. If you still don't do better, then the sacrifice is sin. All right. So Noah's telling everybody, yo, you gotta do better. You gotta, it's gonna flood the world. Y'all gotta stop doing this sinning, because it's like people say, well, the law wasn't written until Moses and all that. But how did Noah know what clean animal and unclean animal are? They knew what they were doing was wrong. And the Most High knew what they were doing was wrong. So he's like, I'm about to destroy everybody except your folks, you and your folks. All right. Now let's go to Genesis 6:13. And he told, like he said, by faith, he's being warned of God. The Most High warned Noah. And I wish we were at a point where we weren't on this like envy, jealousy, camp banging type of time where we can all get together and have a conversation about our dreams and the spiritual things that happen to us. Without something spiritual happening to somebody, like, oh, so that happened to you? Oh, I guess you think, you know what I mean? With that envy and jealousy spirit, man. Because I know for a fact that a lot of brothers, the Most High is working with a lot of brothers and sisters, so, maybe that's just the other side of this lake of fire. For us really to open up to each other about the things that we're experiencing. I know it's immense. I know. Okay, so Genesis 6:13, bring that out, Book Shaw.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 13. And Yahweh said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth.
And he said, just like in the days of Noah, right? The earth is filled with violence. Isn't the earth filled with violence now? Is Chicago filled with violence? LA with violence? Isn't Philadelphia filled with violence? Isn't Baltimore filled with violence? Jacksonville? You got rappers down there just killing each other left and right. They Kodak Black. They ready to spin on the ops. You got millionaires. They just want to kill each other. The earth is literally filled with violence. And outside the United States, in Canada, they finding children Gadites in mass graves in Canada. It's supposed to be so nice up there, right? You go down to Issachar, the drug kingpins is running stuff. You got Esau literally, really running the show down there, but, all the murders and everything, that's Issachar. Boko Rashan over there in Africa, kidnapping people, killing them. All right, Syria, that's still a mess. Bombs coming from the sky, all over there in the Middle East. Drones, they're having drone wars. Iran struck that Israeli tanker with a drone. They don't have to do stuff by themselves. They use a drone. And then they have people, they hijacked some ships over there, too. The earth is filled with violence. Over there in China, in South China Sea, they got warships just waiting in Guam, waiting for the word, and they have missiles that can hit China. China is waiting to invade Taiwan. Not saying they might invade Taiwan. China said we are invading Taiwan. In fact, it's one China policy. It's not an invasion. That's our land anyway. So they're seeing it as their land. Anybody will stop them. They even sold Russia. Like, yo, you want to, we got to, let me read that, actually. What China said. regarding America. So I'm just going further with the earth is filled with violence. Okay? China said China should unite Russia and a vast number of developing countries to find appropriate opportunities and agendas to puncture U.S. arrogance. By doing so, it can make most Western countries realize that the U.S. is not all-powerful and ever victorious. They're like, yo, take a stab at these niggas. Take a stab at these, niggas, whatever. You know what I mean? America's trash. Edomites. Take a stab at them. Do what you got to do. Lower down their defense. That's happening in China. So literally, the earth is filled with violence. All right, so this is Noah. There's floods all over the world. People are taking selfies and falling off cliffs. This stuff is all happening. All right? So the Most High let Noah know, I'm about to destroy this place. Right? I talked about this before, but I had experience. I saw a chariot, and I got a message. I talked about this before. I talked about it again. The message said, the wicked shall not be, I shall not at all equip the wicked. All these people got to go. You know? Let's go back to Hebrews 11, verse 8. So the Most High will give messages. I'll tell you firsthand that sharing your messages with others isn't always a good thing, because unless you got like minds, they probably ain't gonna believe. And if you do got like minds, they might be jealous. How come I ain't get the message? How come I ain't? You know what I mean? Like what happened to poor Joseph. You know, brother will sell you into slavery in a heartbeat. So if you get a message, it might be just for you. I've been in a room with people, and they've seen a chariot or seen something profound, and I'm like, where? I can't see it. Where is it? They're like, oh, it's gone now. It was just for them. But me personally, I like to hear spiritual stories and stuff. So if you want to hit me up, feel free. All right. Block it. Hit me up. I want to hear about it. H.O.I. Philly Instagram or H.O.I. Philadelphia YouTube. Okay? So let's bring that out. Hebrews 11, verse 8.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 8. By faith, Abraham, when he was called to go out into the place which he should after receive for an inheritance, obeyed. And he went out, not knowing whither he went.
Yeah. Straight obedience. Go out. Got you. Come on. Because in fact, we knew how important. Meet your phone, guys. The boys in the background. Meet your phone. I got a phone in pocket or something. So having obedience of doing what the Most High tells us to do. Alright? Being one with the Most High. Yo, mute your phone. Go on the phone. Alright, let's go to verse 9.
Verse 9. By faith, he sojourned in the land of promise, as in a strange country, dwelling in the tabernacles with Isaac and Jacob, the heirs with him of the same promise.
You know the line went, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Let's go further into that, okay? And let's go back to Genesis. Genesis 12, verse 6. All right. So an important trait is knowing the difference between your own vain thoughts and a message from the Most High. All right? So what do you do with that? How do you differentiate the two? You got to test the spirit. And I mean testing the Most High. I might, not get crazy. But, this is my own vain thought, or is it a message? Is it going in accordance with the Bible and then the law, statutes, and commandments? Or is it saying that I'm Jesus? I have the Spirit. You know what? I'm Jesus. You know what I mean? And then going around and having that arrogancy about you. You ain't got to come out and say it. There's that arrogancy about you. It seems like, man, it's terrible that, Israelites are wrong with that. Just think themselves like so highly that, I can't talk to this person. I'm this, I'm that. Like, who are you, though? In reality, who are you? If you don't know, then, why should anybody be so gung-ho to be around you? And, I thank the Most High that I don't get that spirit up with H.O.I. You know what I mean? It starts at the top. Our elders are very humble. Thank you. I appreciate that breakdown. Oh, I'll praise God.
100. 100.
Yeah. Man, I'm the best. Everybody loves me. You know what I mean? Like, that arrogancy is not a part of our country. Our king. You know what I'm saying? You don't have that arrogancy problem. You know what I mean? It's more, you gotta be humble. And if you start to exalt yourself in your mind, like, the Most High is humble you quick. And we understand that. So, the leaders and elders of H.O.I, you want to call them, man, I appreciate y'all. It's a difference. It is a difference between humble leaders, a humble elder, and those, I'm under the Most High. Everybody's coming under me. I'm the third in command. Check me out. Look at me. I seen one of them dudes, man. We on the same bus. True Israelite. He got his, Star David shirt on and everything. I see, I'm kind of yo. I forgot. My bad. You can't even say hi. You can't even speak to me. And you see, I got my, my fringes on and everything like that, right? And we obviously live in the same neighborhood because we on the same bus. That's sad, man. That's something that pains me. And I don't think these dudes realize what they do. Because not only are you hating your brother in your own heart, you're not exalting him in the last days. Like you said, and you're supposed to be like, yo, keep going, brother. You know what I'm saying? We almost there. We almost out. Nah, you just turn your nose on me. You sound like you don't see it. So when the day of judgment comes, they go, yo, did you hate your brother in your own heart? No, not me. And then they rewind back the tape. So what's up? This brother's excited. You don't know you from a can of paint. He's ready to salute you and do all, you know what I mean? How about you now? How about the thumb? Keep going. But you don't do that to him? Yeah, man. Like, everybody ain't experienced. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's levels to this. And that level is the level I don't never want to be on. I hate my own brother. We did that in the world. No. He coming the truth. Talking about some gang. He's a whole weirdo. All right, we ain't gonna get too much of that. Let's bring that out though on Genesis over the show.
Chaasadyah, that was Genesis chapter 12, verse 6. Genesis chapter 12, verse 6. And Abraham passed through the land into the place of Shittim, into the plain of Ner, and the Canaanites was then in the land.
Keep going.
Verse 7, and the Lord appeared unto Abram, and said unto thy seed will I give this land. And there builded he an altar unto the Lord who appeared unto him.
All right, this is where he's talking about Abraham through faith, walking on faith. Yeah, I need you to go here. I need you to do that. Two left. You know what I mean? Most High came out. All right, read the next verse.
Verse 8, and he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Hai on the east, and there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord.
All right, so Abraham, he said he's going to be the father of many nations, you know. His representative, Most High, was talking to him, you know, prayed it out. All right, let's go back to Hebrews, all right, 11, verse 10. You know, and I understand, man, we are close to seeing the promised land. You got to say that. You got to actually let those words flow through your lips. You know what I'm saying? Really digest that. We are close to the promised land. You know when people say, oh, man, waiting on you, like waiting on a second coming. Well, guess what? In the whole scheme of things, when H.O.I left, you know what I mean? That was the last days. 2,000 years ago, starting the last days. In the Hebrews, these are the last days. So what do you think? These are the last of the last of the last days. These are the end of the end of the end time. You got to know what that means. You know what I mean? See that promise. Most High willing, keep going. It's right there for you. All right? So Hebrews 11, verse 10, Book Sure.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 10. For he looked for a city which have foundations, whose builder and maker is Yahweh.
All right, so let's go to Revelation 21 and 2. We are in Revelation 5. This is, if this ain't Revelation, I don't know what it is. I don't know. They getting the guns, they ready to start shooting at each other. China, Taiwan, Iran, and Israel and Hezbollah, Israel and Hamas, Israel and soon to be Jordan, hopefully. You know what I mean? Everybody can pass around that land and just blow it up. It's all trash anyway. Tel Aviv, they have all their gay pride parades there. That place gotta go, man. You can't do it. How you do that? You know they're the devil. You know what I mean? It's the end of the end times. All right? Yeah, you can bring that out. What I say, Revelation 21 and 2.
Revelation chapter 21, verse 2. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from Yahweh out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband.
That's his name, God, New Jerusalem. You understand? That we're waiting on that. Abraham wanted to see that. Isaac, everybody wanted to see the promised land. Like from, not saying they weren't living in there. I'm talking about as far as like the you know, all evil away. Just peace. You got to worry about fighting other nations and all that. You know, all our ancestors, all the prophets wanted to see this time period that we're Most High willing, the people on this call have the opportunity to see. You have the opportunity. In my best guesstimate, I don't think America can go on another 100 years. You kidding me? How many coronavirus shutdowns can this country last? This is a country of merchants. It's a country of buying and selling. That's all America is. It's one big corporation. If you can't buy or sell, then what good are you? Then that means the other countries that have resources and what do you call, like vacation spots, you know, like the Caribbean and Mexico, like places where people actually want to go and relax, they're going to really build themselves up. And America won't be able to import anymore, won't be able to do anything. This place is toast. That's why they're doing these mandations. Last year, you can literally go back in time last year and say, no, we're not going to mandate anything. No, of course not. That's against the law. Nancy Pelosi said that. We can't make people do anything. Well, 1 year later, here we So we're looking for this time period. Can you read the next verse, Brother Charles?
Done. Verse 3. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them, and be their God.
What? Are you kidding me? Seriously? It's a possibility. I can see that in my lifetime. So what do I got to do? Oh, all right, now these pork, done. Now you shrimp, crab, and lobster, no problem. Wear fringes on every day. Yeah, no problem with that. I like my fringe shirt. Keep my beard, you know what I mean? The Stephanie over there at H.O.I Philly got the beard kit on lock. You know, you need your beard sharp. Holla at her if you know what she's doing. All right? Well, I go to New Moon and eat, drink, and be merry with my friends. What else? You know what I'm saying? These commandments aren't hard. They're not grievous. So just boom, you get to meet God. It's a possibility. What? Man. Yeah, that's the move. That's what I wake up thinking about, go to sleep thinking about, all day I'm thinking about. That's the move. I'm trying to be on that type of time. All right? Let's go to Hebrews 11:11. Not no ignoring my brother because obviously part of the same, you know what I mean? Part of this walk that I'm part of. Or disrespecting brothers through their little sidebars and passive aggressive comments and posts and this weird stuff. How are you doing that when it's a possibility you might meet the Most High, meet your Maker? Are you going to stand in front of him with that type of attitude, that type of immoral thoughts, reckless thoughts? You going to stand before God? You guys got to be crazy, man. Dudes is really local in the cabeza, man. It don't make no sense to me. I don't know where they from, but we don't do that over here. No passive aggressive stuff. We face to face, check the temperature type time. Philadelphia. All right, let's go back to Hebrews 11, verse 11 of H.O.I. I want to get
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 11. Through faith also Sarah herself received strength to conceive seed and was delivered of a child when she was past age, because he judged him faithful who had promised.
So let's get that. Let's get that. All right. Sir. Most High, you can do anything. This was the whole, you haven't figured this out from this lesson. He can do anything. It's God. There's nothing he can't do. You could be 150 years old and have have children. All right, let's go to Genesis 17 and 15. And that's the faith, because you got to believe these scriptures. You got to believe what the Most High written, was written. If you believe it, you wholeheartedly believe the stories in this book, then yeah, it's just good. If you're like, man, maybe that happened, maybe Jonah got swallowed up by a whale, I don't know, that's kind of far-fetched, until you see Esau get swallowed by a whale, and it's like, oh yeah, that's possible. Yeah, that happens all the time. Wait a minute, hold on, weren't we just, you know what I mean, that TV from like that John. We're polite, like, do you even think that he got swallowed by a whale? That don't make no sense. And then you see the lobster diver that literally got swallowed by a whale. But these stories are the reality. If you look at, before we read that, please, you look at the Zondervan Bible Dictionary and go through that, you can see these places. We live in the Petri dish of America. They don't show you this in school. They don't show you these actual locations that are in the Bible or actual locations in the world. Especially think it's a fantasy book. It's not. All this stuff happens. the grave sites that they say are in here are designed in the Bible dictionary. You can look at them. If you ever take a trip across to the Middle East, so-called Middle East, you can see them for yourself. You go to the Russian icons in the museum, you can see everybody in there is black. Black, Hispanic, Native American, right? Everybody. It's Russian icons. So it's fake because we live in a place where you were taught none of this pretty much in school. You had to get out of school, think you knew everything, you graduated, live life a little bit, realize you in hell, and then you're like, hold on, let me figure out what's going on. If that's anything like you, that's how I got the message. I'm like, look, Yahweh, something's wrong. Because I know his name is Yahweh. I'm like, let me figure this out. So you gotta have faith, you know? You send you messages like the brother. You just scrolling on Facebook or scrolling on YouTube and you see brothers out there reading the Bible. Let me hear what they're talking about. You know, you click and then you just keep clicking. You realize who you are. All right? Let's go with that. Genesis 17, verse 15, Dr. Shaw.
Genesis chapter 17, verse 15. And God said unto Abraham, as for Sarah, thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarah, but Sarah shall her name be.
Keep going.
Verse 16, and I will bless her and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her.
So she's about to be the mother of nations, right? All right, go ahead, verse 17.
Verse 17, then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed and said in his heart, shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear?
Yeah, because they're almost, this is the twilight years. You telling me I'm like a great-great-grandparent. You telling me I'm about to be a father of many nations and Sarah's going to be the mother of many nations? You know? Keep going. Verse 18.
Verse 18, and Abraham said unto God, oh, that Ishmael might live before thee.
Keep going.
Verse 19, and God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him.
Everlasting covenant. And I mean 10 years, and no, 100 years, and no, 1,000 years. Everlasting covenant. All right? And thank God we have this covenant. You realize every other group of people are at risk of getting destroyed in these last days? All of them. Isn't it a blessing that you were born into this? What if you were Moab? Like, no, I don't want to be Moab. And nobody likes me. You know, I destroyed the world. We got this virus out there, and everybody thinks I did it. I wouldn't want to be no Moab. Because then you got to test this gangster, man. Because Moab, growing up, you saw these kung fu movies, they jumping up and down and doing all this. And then the reality is, you see them on the streets of New York getting bullied by everybody, and Philly. People just walking up to them, punching them, and they ain't doing nothing. I don't know what happened with the tough guy, but he ain't there no more. Moab losing his luster. Japan. Moab, they talking about stop Asian hate, but Moab literally threatened Ammon with a nuclear bomb. If that ain't Asian hate, I don't know what is. Moab said, you send one plane, one ship, one person to Taiwan when we go to take it over, we're going to nuke you. Don't worry about, we said we're not going to nuke people unless they fight us first, They said they got the Japan exception rule. Stop Asian hate. They about to get blown out of the water. So, We're not them. We're not these Indians that realize in the middle of a global pandemic that their gods are fake gods. Went into the water and just tossed them Jones in the water. We're not them. You know? And we're certainly not evil. He has no hope of salvation. The only thing that his best bet in these last days is being a slave. That's it. The only good thing that can come out of your life is you being a slave from sun up to sundown, and you can't even sit in the sun. So I don't know how that's gonna work. Our skin cancer wars in the kingdom are gonna be through the roof. But ain't nobody cares. We're gonna be there to treat them. Nobody. Everybody that has a slave that gets skin cancer, y'all go in this room and wait for a doctor that's never gonna come. Just lock them in there. That's their future. Your future is looking pretty good. We have an everlasting covenant. So let's keep that in mind. Don't worry about the small stuff. Think about the bigger picture. All right? If you read verse 20.
Verse 20. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princesses shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation.
Yeah, you see Dubai and Tehran over there in Iran. Iraq was pretty good until America destroyed it, you know. But Jordan, they got kings over there. Lebanon's on the downward. They had that explosion last year. They had the snake government just get up and leave, like, I'm done. So Lebanon's turning back. But yeah, Ishmael over there, they got it good. You know, they got their own little place sewed up until that devil showed up and said, "Hey, I'm back. I'm a Jew." Like, oh. Hold on, you was black, and here you are coming back white. I mean, we went on the mountains, and I had a child, and you know, it's cold up there, so he lost communication, and man, shut. You know what? Get out of here, Esau. All right, but Esau's there right now, vexing the Palestinians. Get them out of it. They fighting each other. Y'all kill each other. Oh, I care. You know what I mean? Let's go to verse 21.
Verse 21. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year.
So we put it out there and look what's going to happen. Read the next one.
Verse 22. And he left all talking with him, and God went up from Abraham.
All right, so that is the faith of Sarah, right? And Sarah laughed. Abraham laughed and Sarah laughed, but he was kind of there. He laughed. Like, I ain't laugh. You can't lie to the angel. You know what I mean? You can't lie to Elohim. They kind of know. They kind of know some things. All right. All right. Let's go back to Hebrews. Hebrews 11 verse 12. He left his money in the bank. Weapons? Money in the chain. Mute your phone. If you're not the reader, mute your phone, Bubba Shaw.
Hebrews. So, Salakia. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 12. Therefore, sprang there even of one, and him as good as dead. So many as the stars of the sky in multitude, and as the sand which is by the seashore innumerable.
So they're like Abraham and Sarah, they're, you know, in their, like I said, the twilight years. It's going to be, you know, retirement home type time. But no, it sprang up and sprang up as the stars of the sky, multitudes of the land of the sea. Innumerable. You know? All these people, black, Spanish, and Americans, boom, came out of those two. Right? And they're old years. Okay? Now let's go to Romans 4, verse 17. That's important to remember. But, you know, because we started thinking that what can God do? It's really like, what can't he do? He can do anything he wants. And there's so many examples in this book of him making it possible. A lot of background noise. Mute your phone. Salaki.
What was that in the background? Please mute your phone. We hear a lot of noise, a lot of background noise. Please mute your phone. Give respect to the brother that's teaching. And also to the reader as well.
What?
Done. Romans chapter 4, verse 17. As it is written, I have made thee a father of many nations, before him whom he believed, even God who quickeneth the dead, and calleth those things which be not as though they were.
Go ahead.
Verse 18, who against hope believed in hope, that he might become the father of many nations, according to that which was spoken, so shall thy seed be.
All right. He's stricken in age, or, you know, up in age. Okay? Father of many nations. Go ahead.
Verse 19, and being not weak in faith, he considered not his own body now dead, when he was about 100 years old, neither yet the deadness of Sarah's womb.
He knew, all right, like, he's laughing, but like, what? You know what I mean? Like, he might went over there and was like, you kidding me? Really? Me? All right. But it's not like he said, that's not true. I'm done. Abraham knew what time it was. You know, he trusted in the Lord. He trusted in the Most High. He said he's going to say it and it not happen. You kidding me? All right, let's go back to Hebrews. Hebrews 11, verse 13, Baba Shah.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 13. These all died in faith, not having received the promise, but having seen them afar off, and were pursued of them, and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth.
So they died in faith, not receiving the promises. You know, we have an opportunity, and it's a real opportunity. It's not, you know, maybe if I do this, I do that. If you do what the Most High requires you to get the promises, it's written. It's written. You part of the 12 tribes of Israel, and you keep the commandments. You know, you're not going to be crying on that day of judgment, because it's coming. It's really coming. Like, listen, I went to the gas station, right? And I'm filling up. I heard this loud horn, right? And I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Like, where is that? Is it over there? It seemed like it's coming like echo. You know what I mean? Like 360 degrees. And it stopped. I honestly still don't know where it was coming from. I was next to a fire station, but I never heard that noise come out of there. So, but, you know, like I said, it could have been, you know, because obviously it wasn't the trumpet. You know what I mean? But what if it was? What if that time, you know, because the Most High coming back on a day ending in Y, whether it's Monday, Friday, that he's coming back on one of these days. You're not going to know what day it is. You're not going to know when he's coming like a thief in the night. Yahushua's coming like a thief in the night, right? You're not going to know when. I guarantee you're going to have plans. You know what I'm saying? Like Thursday, all right, I'm going to go to camp on Friday. I'm going to wake up on Monday, da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? I'll go to work. When I go to work, I'm going to take this route. You know, you probably have plans for that Monday. But Yahushua's coming back Sunday. He's coming back Saturday. You don't know when he's coming back. So you got to be ready at all times. You know what I'm saying? You got to be ready at all times. So always be prepared. Okay? Always be ready. You never know when he's coming back. You know what I mean? Okay, let's go. You read Chaasadyah. Can you read the next verse?
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 14. For they that say such things declare plenty that they seek a country.
Keep going.
Verse 15. And truly, if they had been mindful of that country from whence they come out, they might have had the opportunity to have returned.
Yeah, so, you know, be thankful for what you got when you get. You know what I'm talking about? All right, let's go to the next verse.
Verse 16. But now they desire a better country, that is, an heavenly. Wherefore God is not ashamed to be called their God, for he hath prepared for them a city.
All right, you know, because we represent the Most High on the earth, right? We represent the Most High on this earth, just like the white people represent Satan. And they're doing an excellent job, by the way, all right? They're doing an excellent job being the devil. They lie, they cheat, they steal, all with a smile on their face. They're doing a good job. We have to do a better job of bringing in the Most High to the world. Let people know he's coming back, and you better get right. You better start following these commandments tonight, today. You know what I mean? Because you don't know when he's coming back. All right, let's go to Can you go down to, yeah, keep going, oh, sure, 17. Still there?
Hello?
You there?
You might have dropped.
Yeah, Shalom. Yeah.
Chaasadyah King, it was mute. It was muted. Chaasadyah. Verse 17. By faith, Abraham, when he was tried, offered up Isaac, and he that had received the promises offered up his only begotten son.
Go ahead.
Verse 18. Of whom it was said that in Isaac shall thou seed be called.
So, in the line of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, go ahead. Can you read next verse, verse 19?
Verse 19. Accounting that God was able to raise him up, even from the dead, from whence also he received him in a figure.
Okay, so let's go now to Genesis chapter 22. So we're going to start at verse 1. All right, Genesis 22. 1. But Abraham put it down, man. Abraham put it down. Like, you got to give respect to Job. I mean, it's just some brothers that went through some things in this book, right? So, My hats go off to him. You know, because that's faith. That is real solid faith. That's by definition, it's faith. You can't just sit back and do nothing and say you got faith. When you read this story and you read the thing that Job went through, and you know, knowing that the Most High was with him, well, that's crucial. That's what we aim to be. That's like the pinnacle of faith. All right, we strive to be like these brothers. You know what I'm saying? And as far as the things they did, I know no man pleasing, man loving. I know how Israelites talk, but you got a hero. You know, in the world, it was Tupac or Biggie or somebody like that. You know what I mean? In the truth, you see a brother like Abraham get ready to sacrifice his son. That's faith. So let's start. Let's read that. Genesis 22 and start verse 1, Brother Shaw.
Genesis chapter 22, verse 1. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham, and he said, Behold, here I am.
Go ahead.
Verse 2. Like it. And he said, Take now thou son, thy only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell thee of.
And you read the story, and he was close. He was close to sacrificing his son. You know, and the angel of the Lord stopped him. You know, like, hey, you know what? You did good. You passed that test. That was a pinnacle of faith. And faith gonna be the father of many nations. That started, you know, I mean, that started, you know, that was a big step in making a name for himself. You know what I mean? As far as in the eyes of the Most High God. All right. Let's go back to Hebrews. All right. Back to Hebrews. You know, the Hebrews 11 and 20. Hebrews 11, verse 20. All right.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 20. By faith, Isaac blessed Jacob and Esau concerning things to come.
Okay, with that in mind, let's go back to Genesis. Genesis 27:27. All right. And, you know, Isaac blessed Jacob and let him know, you know. He explained some things, right? Because they say he stole the blessing and all this stuff. And nobody steal nothing. Everything was done within in the Most High's will. All right? That's how it's supposed to be, and that's how it is. Let's get that, Genesis 27 and 27.
Genesis chapter 27, verse 27. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord hath blessed.
So he's smelling like Esau. Esau loves to be outside and, you know, not take a shower, you know. I mean, I look. To be honest, I mean, they don't smell the best. You know, like, some people have equated their smell to a wet dog. I mean, I've smelled it before. Now, if I've smelled it before, and you live on the other side of the country, and you smelled it before, right? You know what I'm saying? You can smell them a mile away. If you guys in a war-like scenario, we on the street, you can smell Esau. It smells like you can get a mite around. It is what it is. You know? And I mean, let's be honest, they really have a bad faith. They really have like, okay, it's time to take our bath, our shower for the week. I thought it was a joke. I used to watch Married with Children, and like Al Bundy, okay, it's been a month, let's time to take a shower. I'm like, oh, that's funny, like that Al Bundy does. But they all do that. I met people like, I don't have to take a shower every day. It's really not good for your skin. What? The oil from your skin. What's his name? The guy that did Punk, Ashton Kutcher. He takes showers, and his wife and their kids when they start to see dirt on them. He literally leaves dirt on their body to take a shower. That's disgusting. All right. And the fact that the Most High has these people ruling over us is the ultimate, like, you better get yourself together. I can have anybody. You know, if the people that the ancestors, our prophets came back and said, what the Edomites are ruling? Them? I know it's prophesied, but you start to look at them, like, Taylor Swift doesn't even wash her legs. Why wouldn't you wash your legs? Why would you get in the shower and not wash something, like purposely? Like, I just washed it up and down. You're just sorry, I don't mean to go too deep into that, but you understood that we are not the same. All right? I don't know how many people on this call right now, but I guarantee everybody has a story about seeing an Edomite leave right out the bathroom without washing their hands and this thing that looked like. I'm not. Go ahead.
I was at the gym before, and you know, when you take a pee at the little stool for men's, they have about 4 or 5 next to each other, and so you either have your shoes on and if you're gonna go take a shower before you go pee there, or you have your gym shoes on. I see the Edomite come back to that pee right there, knowing that we spill and splash even if you can't see it, you know it's there. And they get there with no shoes right there and take a piss. And then I also see that, when we get ready to use the bathroom, maybe boo-boo or whatever, you don't let your pants hit the floor. Are your shorts hit the floor? Because, even if you can't see it, you know it's there. You want to be so like.
I mean, come on. That's just. And you know what? Everybody has a story about that. But they all do it. That means collectively, they're dirty. Collectively, they're lucky. The reason why you're getting this Delta variant and all this going off the railings because you don't even wash your hands. Still, I've seen a group of Edomites, this is at 50th and Market. I seen one by, y'all wash your hands. I'm like, this is a global pandemic, and you still aren't washing your hands? They're like, nah, dude. Be all right. That's your fault, man. That's your fault. Go ahead.
I was in the gym one time, and I never wash up at the gym, but I was changing my clothes because I was sweating pretty bad, and the white dude got out the shower, and he was like, what is this? What is this? What is this black stuff coming off my skin? I looked at him and said, dirt.
Dirt. That is disgusting. I've never heard that like that before. You don't know what dirt looks like. You don't know you got dirt on you? Dirt ball, literally. Esau is literally a dirt ball. And people see his women and think that's like a prize. She ain't taken a shower in 3 days. She ain't washed them yoga pants since she bought them. That's a prize. Yo. My line. Ain't that fact? All right, let's get back to the Word of God, because we could literally spend the rest of the night talking about how dirty Esau is, and everybody has a story because he's just a dirtball. He don't wash his hands. Never mind. You can read that verse, Slocky, 28. So you might be on mute.
Slocky, Genesis chapter 27, verse 28.
Yeah.
Therefore, God gave thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenties of corn and wine.
Keep going.
Verse 29, let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be every one that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesses thee.
That's us. We ain't steal that blessing. That's all ours. What are you talking about? We don't steal. Just kind of both ours. We keep it at my house. You understand? Now, he got his blessing. He starts crying. Oh, daddy, help me. He's like, all right. I need a fatness of the earth, you know. You rule with the sword. So Esau, he got the sword. And how do you take this land? The sword. How do you destroy 1 million dead Iraqis? The sword. Killed Native Americans with the sword. And enslaved us with the sword. All that, right? So that, and he has, you know, the best places in the world, you know, and wherever city you're living in, I'm sure Esau lives on the mountain, and you know what I mean? Got the big house and all that, but that's coming to an end. Y'all had years, thousands of years, you know what I mean, enjoying this type of luxury of robbing everybody, stealing. But now it's our turn. Okay, so you see that. My mother's son shall bow down, curse be everyone that cursed thee, and blessed be everyone that blessed thee. So when we go out there and teach, and we, you know, hey, whoever we're waking up, whether it be Jake, whether it be Esau, whatever, that thought that goes across their mind, that's like pretty much disrespectful or cursing us out, like FCC, da-da-da. That's already out there. You know, the angels picked that up. Most High picked that up. Now you got to deal with it. All right? So it works both ways. So soon, the smart Edomites are going to start getting the picture. Start hitting up my elder's Cash App all crazy. Because I don't know what else you can do besides kiss boots and give up your Cash App and gold. Other than that, you know what I mean? Gotta be honest. All right, so let's go back to Hebrews 11 and 21. All right.
Hebrews. Lucky. Go ahead, King.
No, I'm saying he's going to talk about the faith of Jacob. Okay, so it's going down the line of the important things that our ancestors did as a faith. It wasn't just crossing their fingers and sitting on the couch all day. It was making moves in this world. You know, everybody has a job to do. You say that again. Everybody has a job to do. If you think your job is doing nothing in this time period, in the last days, you're delusional. You're you know, I'm not delusional, sloppy. I'm delusional. You're still informed. All right. Everybody has something they need to be doing right now. And if you're not doing it, I advise you to get on the ball. Because once that sky cracks open, there is no, hold on, let me go back and know what I really want to do with this. You're a little late. You know what I mean? So leave it all on the table. Okay? If you can't go out there and prophesy for whatever reason, you know what I mean? You don't feel you know enough, or you know, you think you're going to get fired from your job. Trust me, everybody has a job out there. You know what I mean? It's just doing the work of the Most High. You do the work of the Most High, he's going to cover you. Okay? But if you can't do that, the least you can do, give alms. You know what I mean? Like back in the like the Black Panther days, those brothers were funded by, like, Muhammad Ali and, like, you know what I mean, Harry Belafonte. They knew where to put their money at. You know what I'm saying? To help to further along, well, really, destruction of America. But to keep this whole thing going. You know what I mean? The land, we got land in H.O.I. Put money to the land. Okay? But there's more things you can do than do nothing. Doing nothing is not a good idea. That's like putting your talent and burying it. Don't do that. All right? So where we at? Hebrews 11 and 21.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 21. By faith, Jacob, when he was a dying, blessed both the sons of Joseph and worshiped, leaning upon the top of his staff.
So let's get to that. Let's go to Genesis 48 and verse 1. All right. He was up there in age. All right. But he blessed both sons of Joseph, right? They were born in Egypt.
Genesis chapter 48, verse 1. And it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, Behold, thy father is sick. And he took with him his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim.
Go ahead.
Verse 2. And one told Jacob and said, Behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee. And Israel strengthening himself and sat upon the bed.
Getting up, he's up there in age. He's getting old. It's time to bless him. He got up. Go ahead. Verse 3.
Verse 3. And Jacob said unto Joseph, God Almighty appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me.
Go ahead.
Verse 4. And said unto me, Behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee, and I will make of thee a multitude of people, and will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession.
Everlasting possession. Go ahead, verse 5.
Verse 5. And now thou two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt, before I came unto thee unto Egypt, are mine. As Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine.
Go ahead. This is verse 6.
Verse 6. And thou issue which thou begattest after them shall be thine, and shall be called after thy name of their brethren in their inheritance.
So you're part of this whole thing. You know what I mean? Your children are also going to be in the 12 tribes of Israel. All right? So, Dan was absorbed into the other Dan was absorbed into the other tribes. So that's when, he knew into this. He's like, hold up, how do you get 13 tribes with Joseph? But he's from Manasseh. Okay? Now, let's go to Hebrews 11, verse 22. All right? So now everybody's blessing, giving the blessing to everybody. It's a beautiful thing, you know what I mean? And by faith, they're accepting these blessings and knowing the truth behind them. Okay? So, Hebrews 11, God is figured it out.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 22. By faith, Joseph, when he died, made mention of the departing of the children of Israel, and gave commandments concerning his bones.
Yeah. Let's get that count. That would be in Genesis 50, verse 23. Pause. Meet your phone.
Show on.
Genesis chapter 50, verse 23. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. The children also of Mercher, the son of Manasseh, were brought up upon Joseph's knees.
Mute your phones. Mute your phones. You hear a lot of background noise. Water. All right, you verse 24.
Genesis chapter 50, verse 24. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I die. O God will surely visit you and bring you out of this land into the land which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.
Said, I was going to visit you. Some my Chaasadyah. You've seen that. Read 25.
Verse 25, and Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence.
Said, get me out of here. I'm died. Take my bones with me. Go ahead, verse 26.
Verse 26, so Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they enabled him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt.
They bombed him and put him in a coffin, just like that's their way of, burying people over there in Egypt. Let's go to Exodus chapter 13, verse 19 to get another account on that. This might get me out of here.
Exodus.
Yeah.
Chaasadyah chapter 13, verse 19. Okay. Chaasadyah, Exodus chapter 13, verse 19. And Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had strictly sworn the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones away hence with you.
So Moses knew that prophecy, right? Moses knew those words. Moses was learned. Okay, can you read verse 20?
Verse 20, and they took their journey from Sakkar and encamped in Etham, in the edge of the wilderness.
Go ahead.
Verse 21, and the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light to go by day and night.
Now, we're reading an account of a so-called chariot, a so-called UFO, right? A so-called UFO in the Bible. This is Exodus. And now, finally, America is saying, yeah, they exist. We knew they exist already, but now everybody does. We just read, before the whole class started, we talked about the chariot seen by the fighter jet, I think it was Canada, and a passenger jet. It was green. What does a green chariot look like? I don't know, but they saw it. You know what I'm saying? It's mind-boggling. We're reading stuff that happened thousands of years ago. And they're back, they're here. They're just waiting for the prophecies to unfold. The kingdom of heaven is ready. Everything's ready. We got to have these prophecies unfold, and bam, we out of here. We got to wake up that 144. That 144,000 got to wake up tomorrow. Like yesterday, not tomorrow. Like yesterday, we need to wake up. So we can be on the inside of those dogs. You know what I'm saying? Talking to some VIP. You know what I mean? Some very important people. Ask them some questions. Get the questions answered and everything. That's amazing. Sorry, I had to cut that out. I can't wait. You know what I mean? It's an exciting time to be alive, y'all. And it, oh, I got you, sis. And it doesn't matter what you're going through right now. Gotta keep this in mind. Keep this stuff in mind, though. All right. Don't let it. Don't go too far to the left. If you're tumbling out of control right now, at the end of the day, I'm trying, I'm sinning, I'm doing this. Bring it back. Bring it back. All right, and slow things down. Go ahead, sis.
Shalom, everyone. I just was thinking about, when you were saying that you can't wait and everything, I have that feeling too. And I think one thing that you can look at on YouTube to kind of give you, just something to think about as far as like the new world, that the places that are being prepared for us by H.O.I, is when you look at these videos showing the different galaxies. Like, I don't know if it's NASA or, the different videos. Like, you can look at the different videos showing the different worlds that are out there, or the different planets, I should say. The different planets, they show the different planets on some of these videos on YouTube, and they show some of the different galaxies. And, because they take pictures of, they have these satellites and things out there where they're taking pictures, and it's just interesting to see the different colors. And it's just something, it helps you, like, to even just imagine the types of places that are prepared for us, by H.O.I, when you see these pictures of the different planets and galaxies. And it's just, inspirational. It's just, just puts you in that mindset, what's waiting for us out there. I think that's something, positive, to look at. And some of the brothers have put together some videos, too, of that very thing, showing the different galaxy pictures, and you can kind of imagine what type of kingdom would be out there, or what type of place you would have as a castle. I'm just using, a word that we can all relate to, what type of castles would be out there for us to live in, and that sort of thing, and just how it would be with all of our children out there and our families, and traveling from these different planets and different galaxies. It just kind of puts you in that mindset of what we have waiting for us.
Yeah. When you really throughout us, when you look at the like space is mind-boggling. Space is really like, I mean, I know some Israelites out there, like, you believe in space? Yeah, you can really look up there and see all the stars and the planets and see that they're not around the corner. It's vast. You know what I'm saying? Space is vast. And when you, like, the Hubble spaceship, the Hubble telescope out there taking all the pictures of the galaxies, and there's, what, there's over 100 billion stars in our galaxy alone, or a trillion stars. Man, don't get me the line. It's a lot. And then when you start to add up the places that are kind of like Earth, a lot of them. You know what I mean? But every one of them has something to offer, right? As far as the reason why the Most High made it. So, Jupiter, Neptune, the stuff in our own, like, solar system. I think the moons that are by Jupiter, Titan, and Saturn, their moons and everything like that. Yeah, it's a lot out there. We're really given a microcosm of this whole thing. And yeah, like you said, just to imagine and let your mind wander about all the different places and galaxies, and it puts you in another mindset. So you don't think about the crime outside your house, or you don't think about not dwell on, I got a leaky roof. All right, you got to get it fixed, but if you ain't got the money to fix it, you ain't going to sit there and just think about it all day. You're going to ruin your day. You know what I mean? Ruin your week, ruin your month. Think happy thoughts. Think thoughts of being taken to that next level. Now, please don't get it construed. I'm saying let your roof just sit there and just leak all day. That's not what I'm talking about. But you have 24 hours a day, right? And you got 24 hours, you can sit there and dwell on that, or you can make moves to get that fixed and think about the kingdom. It's entirely up to you. You know, if you were raised on trauma and having to spend your life looking at your family with being dramatic and, you know, then you'll just think about that leaky roof all day because it makes you feel good, all right? Got to get out that mindset. Got to get out that mindset. Think happy. All right? Can you read the next verse, verse 22?
Exodus chapter 13, verse 22. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of the fire by night from before the people.
Yeah. He said, what did Joseph say? He's going to visit you. And he does, get my bones and get ghosts. You know what I'm saying? It's battle. Be out. Get out of that land. And what is it going to be like when you get out of this land? What? You see all the stuff they doing with children? You got Robin's a bisexual now. Batman and Robin. I know, you know, yeah, he wears little tights and everything like that. But he has to come out as bisexual. Are you kidding me? Rugrats, they got the mom in there. She's gay. You got Blue's Clues. They got a drag queen section on there. You name it. Anything that you remember as a child that you listened or grew up with watching, they're making it gay. This place has to go because it's going contrary to the Most High. He says be fruitful and multiply, not just, you know what I mean, do anything. I've seen a joint on the internet where a guy was in love with his car. So he just opened up the gas tank and guess what? Like with his car. So when is that going to come to America? Like, yo, if you love your car, you can marry your car. That's just disrespecting God. So, yeah, these people got to go. Most High will, it'll be sooner than later. All right, so let's go back to Hebrews. And let's go to Hebrews 11 and 23. Got about an hour left. I think we can do that. Yep. All about faith, y'all.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 23. By faith, Moses, when he was born, was hid 3 months of his parents because they saw he was a proper child, and they were not afraid of the king's commandment.
So, he was hid. You know, they had a decree. Let's get that. Let's go to Exodus 1 and 15. We had, you know, the king said, we got to get these people out of here. And it's, I mean, nothing's new under the sun, right? There's nothing new under the sun. So when this child's born and they say, hey, you need to get this hepatitis B vaccine. And unless you have a child that the minute they're born, they're going to go out to the corner and be a prostitute or start shooting up heroin, they really don't need that shot. You know what I'm saying? Did I say the B word again? Sloppy, y'all. I don't want to do, you know. We live in a free and open country, right? But I can't say a certain word. But I digress. You know what I mean? So that hepatitis B, Jones, is Robert Kennedy, or one of them Kennedy, you know, he's all anti-jab, right? So he lets you know that the stuff that's in that is enough, the byproducts in that is for a 200-pound man. But your child comes out, what? Like 7 pounds, 8 pounds, 12 ounces, whatever like that, right? So what are they doing taking a grown man's job? So you got to peep the see. Like, what are they trying to do? They're trying to get your child on the spectrum. You know? I worked in a school, right? And in that school, They had a list of everybody that was on that spectrum. And it was damn near the whole school. Why is that? And why is nobody talking about it? Why does nobody care? Because it's us. It's affecting, not them. They didn't care about this jab before. Right? But this is where we're at. That's why a lot of our children see a movie. I don't even know if I can say the movie. It's Mac. All right? If you take that M and turn it into a V, then that's what it's called, right? So the doctor, Dr. Thompson, he's a whistleblower. He still works for them. He still works for the CDC. If you lied on your job, they fire you in a heartbeat. So it's not a lie, because he still works there. He had a whistleblower. You can't touch whistleblowers once they put that, it's I guess like a king's decree. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody's doing something they're not supposed to, and you come out and say it, they not be able to touch it. So he did that. And it said that when our children take it, as opposed to any other nation, the autism rate goes up 300%. You know what I mean? Or 3 times. I don't know, 3 times or 300%. Either way, that's a lot. Same thing, right? You're 3 times likely to get it, or 300 times more. That's ridiculous, man. And if you get the MMR Jones, you get it after age 3, then it decreases that number. But they don't give it to you at age 3. They give it to you before age 3. Okay, so the same stuff that they're doing then is the same stuff they're doing now, but it's just more sophisticated. You know what I mean? Got science involved. You know, and I'm not going to go off on a tangent, but I just want to speak to everybody on here aware that I was at the doctor's office with my son, and kept trying to push. I'm like, no. Matter of fact, let me see the insert, because I read. You know what I mean? So I read the insert. I'm like, okay, you can get sick, you can die, you can have a permanent injury with your liver. Like, all this stuff is actually in the insert. She said, well, that doesn't happen to a lot of people. You know, that's just something they have to put there. I got, right now, I'm drinking some yerba mate with some cinnamon leaf and some organic honey, and none of those ingredients in there says I can get sick. None of that, and the stuff that I'm drinking right now says that something bad could happen as a result. So it's not on everything. It's on the stuff that you're giving my child. All right? Of course, they kicked me out, but I've been kicked out of better places than that. So sisters that are on this call too, please don't let them force you, because they got all types of, they have reasons, they have the psychological warfare is there. They got you, would you hear that on the internet? Yeah, I also heard that it's going to be 75 degrees today on the internet, and it's 75 degrees. So everything on the internet isn't safe. Okay? And I heard it from doctors. You know what I mean? So if you be prepared, fight for your children, man. Don't have them put anything in your child, because they don't like us. They never liked us. They want us out of here. And that's one way that they do it nowadays. All right, I know I went off a little bit. Let's go back. The Exodus 1, verse 15, Brother Shaw.
Chaasadyah, King, I got to step away for 1 second. Can you read that for me?
No, I got you. Okay. This is the book of Exodus, chapter 1, verse 15. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name which one was Shapar, and the name of the other, Kubah. I know I butchered that name, Chaasadyah. Verse 16. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the schools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. All right? So, King's like, look, man, if it's a boy, you got to get him out of here. If it's a daughter, They kill the men, save the women. All right? Verse 17. But the midwives feared Yahweh and did not as the king of Egypt commanded, but saved the men, children alive. All right? So the Most High has a plan. He has a plan for their plan. One thing they don't understand is that he has contingency plans for everything that they do. Before they even think of doing something, he has a plan to combat them. Sadly enough, Esau and other nations aren't smart enough to realize this. So they can't disagree. Keep back on? Come. Okay. So they have to learn the hard way. They don't believe in God, but they've got to learn the hard way. And that's when we are able to watch the destruction of our enemies, which is a beautiful thing, right? Okay, let's see. Let's go to same Exodus, right? And let's go to Exodus chapter 2, verse 11.
Exodus chapter 2, verse 11. And it came to pass in those days when Moses was grown, that he went out unto his brethren and looked on their burdens. And he spied in Egypt, smiting Hebrew, one of his brethren.
So this is Moses now, right? So he's under the Pharaoh, kind of like I know Sasha and Malia were females, but they had like a Barak had a boy or whatever, you know what I mean, the house. He's in there with the Pharaoh. He's taking a walk, what's going on. You see people getting vexed, right? Read next verse, verse 12.
Verse 12, and he looked this way and that way, and when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand.
Man, that's gangster. I was talking about this with H.O.I. Philly, like, remind me of Menace to Society, when the guy's like, hey, partner, you keep messing with my sister, partner. And he came out and he's ready to take his drive-by, looking both ways. That's Moses, like, hold up, he said, no? All right, I'm on you. Took him out of here and then hit him. You know? He didn't have to do that. He could have kept on walking. Or he could have been watching like, hey, stop that. Don't do that. He can't breathe. Look at him. His eyes are bulging out. Nigga, you see he can't breathe, but make a move. You know what I'm saying? Moses made his move. He didn't take out his phone and start filming. You know, oh, man, I'm going to put this on World Star. I'm going to get 100,000 views off this. Oh, he looked around, see somebody's looking, and he did, and he took care of business, right? And by faith, Moses didn't have to do that. He could have food, water, wives, whatever he wanted for the rest of his life. But he decided to come down with his folks. You know what I mean? It's like Nehemiah. He's the king's cupbearer. That's a good job. Hey, man, you did a good job. Nah, I'm cool. I need to help my people out. Need more people like that. You know, there's too many millionaires, too many Israelites that are millionaires that's sitting on their millions in the last days. Y'all goofy. Let's say a camel in the eye of the needle. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. Because while all your people are going through tribulations and suffering and turmoil and about to lose their jobs because of mandation and all that, you just sitting there, all right, I need to get another $20 million. I need another $50 million. You stuck on money. But the faith of Moses, the faith of Nehemiah, that's what we need more of. All right? Less Judases and more real dudes. Okay? Now let's go back to Hebrews, all right, and Hebrews 11:27. All right.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 27.
26, my bad.
26. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 26. Esteeming the reproach of Christ, gathering riches than the treasure in Egypt, for he had respect unto the recompense of the reward.
Yeah, he knew, hey, good or bad, you're getting rewarded. Good or bad, you're going to get rewarded, all right? So, all the wealth in Egypt, you know what I mean, it didn't move him. Thinking about that reward. And that's what we should be thinking about. You know what I mean? How are we going to be judged living on this earth? It's like a battleground. How did you make out while you were here? When you were on earth, what did you do? During your boot camp, or you know what I mean? All right, this is called the boot camp to get to the spiritual powers. And like the sister said, go to galaxies and stuff like that. While you was here, what did you do? You just do the bare minimum, So you gotta ask yourself. You gotta be honest. The Most High, he knows. He's not God for nothing. He's talking about God. All right. All right. Let's now read verse 27. Shaw.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 27. By faith he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is invisible.
So you're not worried about Egypt. You're not worried about the king of Egypt. Dealing with a higher power. Okay. Now let's go to John chapter 1, verse 18. And seeing him who is invisible. Nobody's seen God. That's another mystery. Nobody's seen him. So how's there, Mount Sinai? You dealing with H.O.I.
John.
Oh, lucky. No, you good. Go ahead, good. Oh.
John chapter 1, verse 18. No man hath seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him.
All right, so Most High willing, we get to see the return. You know what I mean? We get to see these things. I don't know what it's going to look like. If you've seen that picture that I'm talking about, that Ariel put up on Facebook, man, look, that joint is vicious. It's beautiful. I don't know however to put it out there. These are things that are in the sky. This happened this week. This happened months ago or years ago. That just happened. Something could have happened today. You just didn't see it yet. Soon we're all going to see it. We're all going to experience it. All right? And it's by faith. Our ancestors, they were on point. I don't care about all that. The wealth of Egypt, what? I'm looking for the reward. Okay? All right, let's go back to Hebrews, Shaw. And we're going to Hebrews 11:28.
Hebrews chapter 11 and verse 28. Through faith he kept the Passover and the sprinkling of blood, lest he that destroyed the firstborn should touch them.
Let's go to Exodus 12, and we're going to start at 21. All right? Exodus, we're going to 12, and we'll start at 21. Talk about the Passover. Talk about a feast day. Who cares about some overweight Edomite flying down from Sydney You know what I mean? Eating up your cookies and stuff. You know what I mean? Who cares about stuff like that? When you have a feast day commemorating to the destruction of your enemy, the firstborn. I'm cool with that. I like that stuff. That's type time I'm on. You know what I mean? So keep you in remembrance. Oh man, they're not so bad. Yeah, all right. Passover's next month. Remember what happened with that? Like, yeah, they are that bad. You know, keep you in remembrance. Because we always like to be everybody's friend. Most I said, nah, holy means set apart. Holy means just that. Like, we're on this side, you on that side. You know? Hebrew, we call Abraham the Hebrew, he was all on that side. I'm gonna sit over here. I'm cool. Y'all be over there. Y'all have fun. I'm over here. We're set apart people. Okay? All right, let's go to Hebrews 11, verse 28, Book Shah. Oh, wait, no, my bad.
No.
Wrong. 21.
Exodus chapter 12, verse 21. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families and kill the Passover.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 22, and ye shall take a bunch of soap, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning.
All right, go ahead, verse 23.
Verse 23. For the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not suffer to destroy to come in into your houses to smite you.
So do that and you'll live. Don't do that and you're gonna wake up crying like with everybody else. Go verse 24, Book Shah.
Verse 24. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance unto thee and to thy sons forever.
Forever. All right? Man, I can't keep Passover. We not in our land. Forever. Practice the righteous acts. All right? No excuses. Now, Ariel just sent me a picture. I don't know what this is. Is that something in the sky? That's amazing. What is that? You know what I'm saying? There's so much stuff going on in the sky right now. It's ridiculous. Make sure, as we said, look up. Your redemption called 9. Like, take a look up at the sky every now and then. All right, y'all? Because you literally might see something that you've never seen before. And you gotta kind of like ease yourself into this of seeing something you've never seen before, because when it happens, it's going to be, that's why men's heart shall fail them with what's coming to the earth. You have heart attacks. Like, what is going on? What is that? My eyes, I've been alive for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and my eyes have never seen that before. It's the first time my eyes have witnessed something like that. That's what time period we're in. I can't even say we're going into. We're in that. I gotta put a little of the stuff that's been happening just this week. I'm gonna put up my Instagram page or something, because it's just so much stuff happening. So this isn't a normal week. This isn't a normal year. All right? It's all extraordinary, all abnormal, paranormal. All right? So don't be surprised when you see something, when you experience some things. Please do not be surprised. Okay, so that's the Passover, right? So let's go back to Hebrews. I'm going to kind of I'm going to kind of speed up a little bit so try to finish this chapter. I'm going to do a little bit less talking anyway. All right, let's go to Hebrews 11, verse 29. Over the show.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 29. By faith, they passed through the Red Sea as by dry land, which the Egyptians, as saying to do, were drowned.
So, our ancestors, they walked through the Red Sea. You know? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine walking through that and looking at the water on each side? Like, oh man, you gotta have faith to do something like that. But the Red Sea ain't no pool, ain't no swimming pool where it's just 10 feet of water next to you on each side. That's a real body of water. I've seen a guy get bit by a shark in the Red Sea. So the Red Sea got sharks. You know, if they got sharks, that means they got everything else. You know what I mean? You got predators eating it, eating fish there. That means they got a whole system, a whole ecological system. I'm probably saying that wrong, but you got sharks, you got everything else. So you can look over and see all that. You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith to see that. Let's go to Exodus chapter 14, and we're gonna start at 21.
Exodus chapter 14, verse 21. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided.
They thought ahead. They weren't stepping in mud and sinking to the bottom, had it all filled up. Let's go to verse 22.
Verse 22. And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry land, dry ground. And the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on the left.
Yes, that takes some faith. All right, we open it up, and I'm walking through, and I didn't drown. I'm not drowning. That takes faith. All right, can you read the next verse?
Verse 23. And the Egyptians pursued and went in after them to the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen.
So Pharaoh, everybody followed him behind him. They thought they could do what we do. You see how they do? Like, you think it could be like us. You know what I mean? R.I.P. to Pharaoh and all them. They wanted to be like us. Let's go to verse 24.
Verse 24. And it came to pass that in the morning watch the Lord looked unto the host of the Egyptians through the pillar of the fire and of the cloud, and trampled the host of the host of the Egyptians. So
they got trouble, you know what I'm saying, through the pillar of fire and the cloud. Chariots rocking with us. That's what you got to understand. Please understand, there's nothing that the U.S. government can do with the chariots. There's nothing the Russian government can do with the chariots. There's nothing China can do with the chariots. Nobody has an answer for them. There's no way something can move from the water to the immediate sky to outside the atmosphere like that. And if they on your team, you can't lose. All right? Can you read the next verse?
Verse 25. And took off their chariot wheels, that they drave them heavenly, so that the Egyptians said, let us flee from the face of Israel. For the Lord fighteth for them against the Egyptians.
They're finally getting that? Really? Now? You missed all the plagues? your rivers water, got gnats and flies. You're just getting it out, frogs. You're just getting it now. Boils. You're just getting it now. Really? But that's the same thing like this in modern day Egypt. They don't see all this stuff happening. They can't make the correlation of what you did to God's chosen and what you continue to do to God's chosen and disrespect the Most High himself and his son. You don't see that this is happening because of that? You know what I mean? They kind of, they're not, dudes can't be thinking too straight. You know, they might even graduate from MIT and still be a buffoon. You can have a doctorate from every college in America and still be an idiot. You have no idea what's going on. All right? Can you read the next verse 26?
Verse 26. And the Lord said unto Moses, stretch out thy hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots and upon their horsemen.
So Moses, watch this. Moses, put your hand up again. Let me show you this. Go ahead, read verse 27.
Verse 27, and Moses stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its strength with the morning appeared, and the Egyptians fled against it. And the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea.
Now, their faith, I don't know where they have faith in. They should have turned back. What didn't they say? We should turn back? I should have ran back, but apparently the way the Most High worked, he said, nah, your chariots don't even work no more. You're gonna catch this you're gonna catch this swim, you know what I mean? Y'all about to be shark food, shark bait. All right? Can you read the next verse?
Verse 28. And the waters returned and covered the chariots, and the horsemen, and all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remaineth not so much as one of them.
And actual archaeology backs this up. Just like there's sulfur at Sodom and Gomorrah, there's actual chariot wheels and chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea. Ask yourself, if this wasn't true, how would the chariot wheels get to the bottom of the sea? How? If there's no reason for it to be there. How can it get to the middle of the sea? It wasn't like they had a helicopter and they just dropped the chariot wheels in the middle of the Red Sea. No, it was there because the stories are true. That's what archaeology, science, all that backs up the Bible for the most part. I know Esau with his whole Big Bang theory, nothing exploded and made everything. But in reality, science is getting closer to the Bible. Archaeology is already there. Science is already there, but, Esau tried to, they got here because everything started in Africa. They moved to the cold mountains and had babies and they became white. They try to push that, but we all know that's way off. That didn't make sense with science. I don't know why I even brought that up. All right, let's go back to Hebrews. And to Hebrews 30. Hebrews 11 is 30.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 30. By faith, the walls of Jericho fell down after they were compassed about 7 days.
Let's go to Joshua, and we're going to go to 6, verse 20, both of Shaw. Supposed to happen in Jericho. We got a lot of examples, y'all. You know what I'm saying? We got a whole lot of examples of how we should be living and how we should be moving in these last days. You know what I mean? So just take comfort in that moving like our ancestors moved, then you're in good company. Okay? I know you're your own person, of course, but these are just examples of how to live. All right? So Slocky. Joshua 6 verse 20, public control.
Joshua chapter 6, verse 20 or 24, King?
20.
Okay. Joshua chapter 6, verse 20. So the people shouted, with the priests blew with the trumpets. And it came to pass, when the people heard the sound of the trumpets, and the people shouted with a great shout, that the walls fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight before him, and they took the city.
John ran up in that joint, right? All right, let's do verse 21.
Verse 21, and they utterly destroyed all that was in the city, both man and woman, young and old, and ox and sheep and asses, with the edge of the sword.
Because that's war. This is a war. I need to reiterate that. We are at war. This is America. I mean, you could say this is like a slow war, you know what I mean? But a war nevertheless. 100 million ancestors didn't even make it over here. 90 million Native Americans, so-called Native Americans, were here on the Americas, from North America and South America. 90 million. That immediately they took them out. Now it's us. We were the burden bearers. We're the, our ancestors had to work from sun up to sundown. Sun up to sundown. Sun up to sundown. I twisted my ankle. So what? Nigga, go out there and work. Sun up to sundown. Sun up to sundown. I'm pregnant. So what? Go out there and work. So now that they can't have us do that, they lock us up and make money off that through the taxes. Mass incarceration, each person that's locked up costs $1,000 a day, even though you're wearing somebody else's drawers, you're wearing somebody else's clothes. You can't see the doctor. You can't do anything now. It's COVID season. You're stuck in your room. But the taxpayers are still paying $1,000 each person that's in there in jail. They're making their money off it. But when we say, all right, look, we're going to stop doing this, we'll stop sinning, we'll stop robbing each other, stop beating our wives, stop acting a fool, and we stop getting locked up, the numbers start to dwindle. They got to stop and frisk us. They got to plant drugs on them. You know what I'm saying? And they do it efficiently. But we don't even realize there's a war. Some of us like, yo, he's your enemy. Man, that Tyrone down the street, man, I don't like it. Tyrone ain't down the street there and enslaved your ancestors, bro. You gotta get up off that. Wake up. Wake up, Jacob. This is serious business. So when Elder Priest of Bach is out there bringing the word out in Los Angeles, and the phone comes out, bless me, I need you to bless me. Now, beat it, Esau, get out of my face. Esau goes up to the top of the building and jumps. That's hilarious. I don't care what y'all talking about. I thought it was funny. People on the comment section, like, oh my God, how would you put that up? This is so bad. It makes us look so bad. What does it make us look bad to? White people, are we still trying to look good in front of white people? Are you kidding me? Where do they make you? We don't do that over here. We don't care about what they think. They've been trying to kill you, and they've been killed your ancestors. You still trying to impress them? And you gotta, and to the men, I know like this is probably the ones on the comment section. I've seen a couple guys, a couple simps, but yeah, sister, I know what you're saying. I would never put that up. I love you. I'm gonna meet you in the DM. You're trying to get to the sister. But we don't need that. We need warriors. We need soldiers. We need troops. We need people that be able to see stuff like that and keep it moving and not just fall apart. Be shaking in the corner with your gun like, I don't know if I can do this. Man, you can't be at war now because you're a liability. No liability. All assets, all right? Chaasadyah. I got you. So when it says they killed everybody in the city, both man and woman, young and old, and the ox and the sheep, and everybody had to go. That's a bloody scene. You know why? It's war. Go ahead, Ken.
Chaasadyah, that's a great point what you're speaking about, and it's crazy to even think about. But Esau and his weird, carnal, wicked mind
Esau rather respects a man that is not a coward, that's not going to submit to his power, rather than a man or a woman or a person that's just going to submit and just cower and want to become a traitor or want to become a coon or just want to say yes, boss, and want to lick the white man's behind. He respects the person that's going against him and that's challenging his power. And we can show that based on what happened. It was January 6th when we went to Washington, D.C. And we marched in there with, I think 15 men. You know, Chaasadyah was there too, brother, that's teaching right now. And like Chaasadyah could tell you, we wasn't playing no games. We wasn't there to shake no Edomites' hand. And in the midst of millions of Edomites, we didn't even know that. We thought it was going to be like a couple thousand. And we just came in there with a mindset of we going to rebuke the heck out of you people. And we don't give a damn. We happy. Y'all destroying yourself. Y'all suffering. Y'all collapsing. Your wisdom is gone. Y'all looking like brute beasts. You're attacking your own Capitol building. You know, you're cursing at each other. You're throwing tear gas and everything. You got police officers fighting against white Caucasian citizens. All different things. And we just prophesying, just laughing at them, mocking them. And you had the race soldiers, the Edomite race soldiers, whatever, and military, whatever, and they came up to us. And it was like, you know what, man? You know, we respect what y'all doing. We like, man, all right, cool, whatever. You know, you still going to slavery, though. Sure, we don't give a damn what you say. You still going to slavery. You know, the Lord's going to destroy your nation for the wickedness and for the land they have stolen. And, you know, so many times, like the brother Chaasadyah was saying, so many times they were trying to give us handshakes and trying to give us dap and trying to, you know, a little peace. And we was like, nah, we're not having none of that. You know, and at the end of the day, they respected us, you know. So that's a good point from the brother, man. That's why the Lord says, stand 50 for the word, man. Don't fall on this, man. Stand 50 for the word, man. The Lord going to fight you until death. Absolutely. Ariel was there. Seen it? Hey, man, I like what you guys are saying, man. You know what I mean? But there was coons in the crowd, you know, that was trying to fight us. Out of all those people, don't get me wrong, Esau, not all the Edomites like what we were saying, but they've had to deal with it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know, billions of them and a few of us, they've had to deal with it. Who was the one that wanted to fight? Here comes Jake with his little, he had a shirt on that says, I believe, with a picture of an alien on it, but this guy don't believe nothing. He don't know nothing. God, he came up to fight. Come on, Jake. Jake got to go. Like Nat Turner said, 1,000 people. Who wants their freedom? Everybody stands up. Who's willing to do anything for their freedom? I don't know how many people sat down. Let's say 100 people sat down. He said, y'all 900, get rid of them 100. And then let's start. And then let's begin. So he was under the spirit. Nat Turner had the spirit. He seen blood on the leaf, and he said, it's time to put the fear of God into these white people. And he did it. He sure enough did. How hard is it to go to sleep? How easy is it to go to sleep after your next door neighbor got their head bashed in by an axe handle a week ago? You still trying to sleep? You're not going to be able to sleep. You might go, you know what? We got to get these people out of their houses because I don't think it's going to work no more. They apparently fight back. You know? So it's some things. Pac said that. I like, you know, Ephraim had the mask, the Pac mask on. You know what I'm saying? He said it's some things in the future it's gonna make it hard to smile. That you're gonna see it's gonna make it hard to smile. You know, you're gonna have to see some things. All right. But when your enemy jumps off the roof, that don't make it hard to smile for me. I don't know what y'all thinking, but what book y'all reading. That stuff, a lot of that's gonna happen. You've seen the movie called The Happening with M. Night Shyamalan in the beginning. They just jumping off the roof. That's a reality. That's coming to America. You can imagine how many suicides are happening now. You know? And let Esau kill himself. So what? Y'all don't. Wait on the Lord. I ain't going to kill myself. For what? So you can meet the Lord a couple days before you guys be showing up? When I say a couple days, I mean, obviously nobody knows the day of time. We gonna meet him prematurely. He's on his way. You can look up in the sky and see all the chariots,
You can look at what's happening and see the wars and rumors of wars. The earthquake, massive earthquake, a 7.5, a 7.1. I don't even know where the Sandwich Islands is, but it says it's looking for a tsunami. So wherever it said they're having a lot of aftershocks, right? So all these things are happening. It's the fig tree is ripening, y'all. The fig tree is definitely ripening. So I'm gonna finish up because see, it's getting close to 1, and I know the brother had a question at the end. Let's just let's go to Hebrews 11 and 31. All right, and
Hebrews,
yeah, go ahead.
chapter 11, verse 31. By faith, the harlot Rahab praised not with them that believe not. Salakia. By faith, the harlot Rahab perished not with them that believe not, when she had received the spices with peace.
Let's go to Joshua, the 2nd chapter. We'll start at verse 1. All right.
Joshua, chapter 2, verse 1. And Joshua, the son of Nun, sent out of Shittim's 2 men to spy secretly, saying, Go view the land, even Jericho. And they went and came unto an harlot's house named Rahab, and lodging there.
So one in this we can look at that our ancestors are very skilled in the art of war. You know what I'm saying? And you can look down the streets and realize that we are our ancestors. Because we're skilled in the art of war. But we're killing each other. Philadelphia has like 320? No, not 320. How many? Yeah, I don't know. I lost count. Don't give me the line. We up there. There's no reason we should have this many homicides. But other than we're the end of the world. But it's Jake killing Jake. Jake won't even think of shooting somebody else that don't look like him. It's not even a thought. Look, man, I talk to people that do these shootings. Man, bro, you thinking, why don't you don't even think about shooting that boy. Why would I do that? It's just not even on his radar. Say, yeah, you're right, bro, you know? I guess you just got to kill everybody that look like you, huh? All right. That's not a tough guy. That's a scared little boy. That's somebody that listens to his master well. His master dehumanizes you. He calls you names. He calls you niggas. He calls you spits. He calls you savages. He calls you everything under the sun other than the child of God. And that starts with the dehumanizing process. That's how you dehumanize people. You ever see somebody that's ready, that wants to fight somebody, they start calling them names. You got to bring this person down to a level that's not even human before you attack them. Because if you take them as a human, you feel bad, you know? So we have been dehumanized. Unbelievable. Okay? So for once, and it's going to happen, I'm waiting for it. It still didn't turn over yet. Once these young bulls and the people that are really doing the crime out in the streets realize who their real enemy is, then that enemy is going to have to deal with that. And you can't tell. I was listening to Paul Mooney earlier today, so you can't tell. You're not going to tell these dudes to get to the back of the bus. You're not going to tell Jake to get to the back. You're not going to stick your dog on Jake. Jake to shoot that dog in the face. You said, you tell him to get on the back of the bus. It won't be a bus. You say, ain't nobody going to school today. I can't ride this bus. You know what I mean? So, I don't know what it's going to take. You have a cop sitting on a brother's neck for 9 minutes. Jake turned up and went to, Jake definitely turned up, but Jake and Philly just went to Foot Locker and a liquor store. And went back home, got drunk, and sold them sneakers online. And got caught eventually. You know what I mean? But eventually, Jacob's going to wake up and say, I know who my enemy is, and my enemy got to go. And that's going to be like that's something only the Most High can do. All right? Let's go to verse 2.
Joshua chapter 2, verse 2. And it was told the king of Jericho, saying, Behold, there came men in hither tonight of the children of Israel to search out the country.
So they got somebody seen them. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And the king of Jericho sent unto Rahab, saying, Bring forth the men that are come to thee, which are entered into thine house, for they be come to search out all the country.
It's the king, right? It was told to the king. Now the king goes to Rahab and says, Yo, where the dudes at? Go ahead.
Verse 4, and the woman took the two men and hid them, and said, Thus there came men unto me, but I wence not whence thou were.
I don't know where they at. What are you talking about? What? Oh, those dudes, yeah, I seen them earlier. I don't know where they at now. You know? Finesse. Finesse, my man. And that's the way it is. Hey, man, you know, this is all fair in love and war, right? And in war, these situations take place. You gotta have, all right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go over there. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. We gotta get eyes on that. You can't just go on Google Maps and see what everything looks like. You have to go out and make moves. And soon, of course, when things go down, these cell phones ain't gonna be no use. So, same situation. You're gonna have to smarten up. Use what you got to get what you want. You know? When you go on the war against Esau, you gotta bring your A game. And I'm gonna leave it at that. But for the most part, if you know you're going to war, you know it's gonna be bad. I mean, I already talked to Edomites, man. Edomites, yo, get your guns. We talked to them in the streets, say, yo, get your guns. You know, pretty much we're coming. He didn't say we're coming. He said, yo, get your guns. It's gonna be a civil war. So get your guns. Like he's like, I don't want to shoot you if you ain't got your pistol on. You don't know you got the power of the Most High. How about you, my shot? That was shy surrounding us and guns. You know what I mean? You got both. David had a sword. I got my sword too. You know what I mean? Make sure anybody on this call, you know, if you're not used to handling guns, you gotta learn. It's not something that comes to you natural. You know, you don't want to just fire it off and, you know, that bullet can go anywhere. All right? Learn how to handle your weapon. Learn your weapon. And be ready to use it. Be ready, because Esau, he's knee deep in there. He's not coming back. He's not retreating. He knows he's a devil. He knows his time's short. You know? So the good thing that happened that we've seen this year is that a lot of their militias ended up with charges, federal charges. Now, one person got like 9 months. How you break into the freaking Capitol, or you know what I mean, and get 9 months when Ray, you know, missed the probation, missed the meeting with his PO, and he has to walk that off. So he's getting the same amount of time as somebody that broke into the Capitol. Yeah, we see what's going on. The people that pulled out the guns on the Black Lives Matter march, his wife had the pistol and he had the chopper or whatever. They got let out of jail. We see what's going on. They're gearing towards this civil war. They make the landlords hate the tenants. Even over there, I think it was the West Coast, a landlord killed 2 tenants and injured another one. You know, the government is allowing it to happen. This is what the government does. They want to get the pressure off of them. So they say, oh, landlords, you need money? You need to go to the tenants. The tenants need money? Oh, you got to wait. Just wait on the government. Wait for that other stimulus check. Y'all just wait. You know, other countries that have been getting a stimulus check every month, money is going to put it back in the economy anyway. America is purposely not allowing that. As soon as this whole thing happened, they say, oh, it's a change shortage. Where did a change shortage come from out of nowhere? What COVID, what virus made the change go away? What virus took away the quarters and dimes and nickels? Let's see what's going on. All right? They're not your friends. They're gearing up for a civil war. So you got to prepare yourself mentally, physically, spiritually. Spiritually, you're reading your Bible. When you wake up, you're thanking God, you're praying God that you woke up. You meditate before you walk out the door. Physically, you drink some water, good water when you wake up. Have a healthy breakfast. Start your day off right. Have some fruit. All that good stuff. You know, you do a workout in the gym before you go to work or after you get off. Physically, you got to get your body in shape, right? And mentally, you have to be able to see stuff like that. If Esau does a nosedive off a 4-story building, you can't fall apart. Oh my God, oh no, I've never seen anything like that before. All right, man up. Okay, man up. And women don't need to be out there in the middle of it, you know, in the mix of things, saying stuff like that. Y'all have a job too. You praying to the Most High. Praying to the Most High to protect the men that are fighting for y'all. Pray to the Most High that He continues on with the wrath He is destroying Babylon. Continue to do it. Y'all have a big part in this. Your prayers reverberate throughout the universe. You know what I'm saying? Throughout the galaxy. So use your prayers wisely. And I wish I could get down more further, but just know, like the next verse, or Slocky, 32, and all that, it starts breaking it down with Gideon, Samson, the Rock, all that, and David, Samuel, and you can read about those testaments and Judges and Samuel, you know. So look at what happened and what they did and the result. The result now is thousands and thousands of years later, we're talking about them. That's how important they were. We're talking about them right now. You can be that. You can be just like that. You know what I mean? We're in another captivity that's the worst. Sodom and Gomorrah, Egypt, Babylon, everything's in this place that we're at now. Get your name in these record books and have people talking about you. Yeah, remember such and such? Wow, yeah, that was like 4,000 years ago we did that, and she did that, and you know what I mean? Woke up this person on this corner, you know, whatever. It's up to you. Everything's laid out in front of you. You know, now what you gonna do? Balls in your court. All right. So, all praise and honor to H.O.I and Mashiach Yahushua. Hopefully this was edifying to you. And the brother had a question. Is he still on?
Yeah. I had one question. I forgot. I guess it's getting old. Sloppy up with that stuff.
No sweat, brother. So if it comes to you, bring it out. You know what I mean? If not, my name's Chaasadyah, H.O.I Philly. You can send me a direct message on Instagram, you know, and I can answer it there.
Done.
I know it's late, you know. Gotta go work. Anybody else got any questions though? Or any statements, anything you want to bring out or anything?
Connor.
Sure. Go ahead.
Not to go too deep, but I wanted to know, back when I was a so-called Christian, there was a so-called prophetess, her name was Toya, and you know, once you come in the truth, you'll believe everything changed, things you think was true, once you come in the truth, you know it's not true anymore. But some things like prophecy, you know what I mean, I need to get an understanding of, because this lady, she just knew, I ain't go into too much detail what she knew, but this lady never knew me. And one day I went into this church and she was like, I heard God telling me you're not invisible. And like, I really was feeling those things. And I didn't know this lady or nothing. You know what I mean? So I'm forced to, you know what I mean? I really feel that was the Most High, because, you know what I mean? She didn't know me and she was saying everything that I was going through. And I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? So, but I want to know, like, do the Most High still deal with, like, Christians that's on, like, prophecy level? You know, I mean, I know the Most High can speak to anybody, but I'm like, I mean, like, constantly, you know, giving his word to, you know what I mean?
So
like, can I add to that? Where it can be two birds and one stone?
Sure.
I did that as well. I let someone read my palm. This was when I didn't know I was a Christian, and I let someone read my palm. But the people that's doing that is from another nation. And so they was correct about something, and they was really correct. But later on, it seemed like I regretted that, because I gave them entry into something, and the thing that they was correct about, I wound up losing. So if you can answer that, I guess that's a two-part for me and him.
All right. Can somebody give me Leviticus 19, verse 31? All right. So that other side, that we'll call that the left side. All right. Now, dealing with the Christians, the issue with that is most Christians don't follow the law, statutes, and commandments, right? Right. What they consider their prophets are potentially left side. You know what I mean? It's not like you can't say the left side don't have any powers. They do. It's the powers that the Most High allows them to have. You know what I mean? Right. And in all actuality, their power is not a real power. It's, you know, they pump them up and will let them down, you know, when needed the most. All right. Can you go to Leviticus 19, verse 31, Bobby Shaw?
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 31. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God.
So they can tell you something because they deal with familiar spirits. They deal with the left side, witchcraft, and, you know, horoscopes and stuff like that. But I've never seen a horoscope yet that says, you know, that, like, you know, because obviously somebody that reads the horoscope is going to pass away. They're not going to have, oh, your day's going to be perfect, and this, that, and the third. So they don't have all the answers. They have maybe, you know, a little bit, you know, and like you said, that's from the left side. So I haven't yet seen a Christian prophet that really brings out prophetic things that are pertinent to, you know, the future. You know what I'm saying? So you could really have just dealt with somebody that, like the brother said, that reads palms. Even though she's in the Christian church, they still read palms. They still got Ouija boards. They still have all that. They might not tell people, but they do. You know what I mean? Can you go to John, First John 4 and 1? You know what I mean? Those people, and like, you know, that person could see, you know, whatever that person told you that was in the church, they could probably see, they can see, you know, that the Most High is dealing with you. You know, even at that time, you're still going to Christian church. You know, you see something special about you. You know, so they could say that and be right. You know, but do they have answers for you? I don't think so. All right. So, 1 John 4:1, Brother Shaw.
1 John 4. You said 1 John 1 and 4?
No, 4 and 1. Swap.
Okay. 1 John 4 and 1. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirit whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world.
All right. So, like with those people, like somebody's reading your palm, I would stay away from that. I know you said that I was in the world. You know what I mean? So like, say that Christian lady, right? You know to stay away from the palm reader. The Christian lady, you know, that she got fringes on, you know what I'm saying? That she wearing her head wrap. So is she following the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High? And if the answer is no, you know, grain of salt with the stuff that she'll tell you. Because one thing that the left side does is they'll give you a little bit of truth mixed with lies. So then it'll be hard to differentiate, you know, which one is the truth and which one is the lie. All right. So no real prophetess coming from the right side. All right. Hope that answers your question. Anybody else? That's good. All right. Anybody else? Anything? Or any statements you want to make before we close out?
Yeah, Con, Rocky.
Do it.
I don't know if anybody subscribed to Inside Edition, but this little Jake, I think he's 8 years old, and a whole family of Edomite. I think they got a family of 10 just adopted him. And it's like 2 or 3 stories that's going on with that. And I know that they've been showing that lately. And I'm curious that they trying to push a certain agenda with that. Like, you know, hey, we still like y'all. I don't know. You know what I mean? But there's been a lot of Edomite families adopting our people like crazy.
Mm-hmm. So that's at that. Now, it's almost like them blocking it. They are very clever. They see the writing on the wall, right? So I want to get as close to these ninjas as possible. In some instances, they might do it as like, you know, a Black Lives Matter. No, I got a black son, so it's cool, right? It's cool. Or they really, when they adopt a black child, they adopt a slave. If you think about it, like Madonna and all those richy white people, they all go to Africa to adopt their child. You now, after a while, guess who's going to be sweeping up your floor? Who's going to be washing your car? You don't have to pay a butler to do that. You got your own slave. And you got to understand that these people are so diabolic. They're cool with that. You know what I mean? They're good with that. They the way we look at their ancestors, like, yo, you people are terrible and this, that, and the third. They look at their ancestors like, man, these are the best people in the world. Y'all put these ninjas where they need to be, right? Let's go to Isaiah 14:1.
Isaiah.
Sure.
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land. And their strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
See, now this is, you know, future prophecy of us getting put in our own land. But you can see the cleaving. You can literally see the cleaving. The funny part, right? Ariel is on now. when we went through that DC trip, we're coming back, you know, we're laughing and joking and everything. Some risky, like, that's left out of the Ritz-Carlton, you know, top-notch 5-star restaurant, Edomite, walks next to us like, hey, how you doing? And then it's like cleaving. I was sad. Unbelievable. The cleaving starts. Let the cleaving start. You know? Because they learn that in the kingdom. They know this Bible more than they allude to. They know this Bible. So some of them are, you know, they'll start early. You know, now of course you're not bringing Esau to the feast days until this thing is completely turned around. They're not coming to the feast days. And when in the kingdom, they have no choice but to bow down to Yahweh. They have no choice. No, we're gonna have to do whatever we say. But right now, it's time. You know, oh, I gotta eat them right. That's a lot of Jake, a lot of individual like Jake. I gotta eat them right. She's cleaving like I mean, she's not my girlfriend, but you know what I mean. I do mess with her. You know, she learns. She wants to learn a lot. Nah, man, bro, eat that motherfucker, bro. We're not doing that. Don't sleep with that dog now. You're tripping. It's the end of the world, and you're already sinning. You're sinning too close to the end of the world. Relax. They're gonna cleave. That's what they're gonna do. And you know why? It's the same thing with the first 48 congregation. They're cleaving because they don't want to die. They're cleaving. They don't want to be in this famine that's coming. This famine gonna be nasty. You look at the story. So I know in Philly, I look at the story. So it looks like they're always doing stops now. But when I look at other places around the country, it's the same thing. You know what I mean? It's not, everything is not on the shelves. I saw a video where the guy said, it looks like this because we haven't got a delivery in 2 to 3 weeks. So they don't want that. They don't want to know what it feels like to not eat for 2 weeks. They have to drink out of some of these dirty puddles and stuff that Esau made, that he calls creeks and rivers, just to survive and just to get sick. That's coming to America. They all see it. You know what I mean? They all see it. So they're trying to get Jake and young Jake and, you know, oh, I worked with black children. I did this and I did that. Like, they're trying to get their works up, even though Obadiah says it's a fact. Lucky, what was that? Can you please use your phone? Let the brother close off the class. Please get your phone. Lucky. Oh, time. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I noticed that, like, there's a lot of gay, like, you know, be adopting black children. I went to go get my new phone, and this young brother was saying, they stayed somewhere, and I said, well, how the neighborhood? He said, the neighborhood is good. Well, we got, like, some gays in the neighborhood, and they got black children, adopted black children, and what you feel about that?
This is the demonic plea. You know what I mean? It's called demonic plea. Yeah, let's get that block here. That's in Revelation 11, verse 8. Okay.
And Revelation chapter 11, verse 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified.
They made him into some white man with stringy hair and blonde, love everybody, and all that nonsense, right? Meet your phone. So, meet your phone out.
Okay.
Yeah, get it going. All right. So, it's spiritually called silence. You know, who knows what they do to them children, man? You know what I'm saying? And that fuels the fire too. That's the pure fire. Saying that, it just kind of got me hot. You know what I mean? A little upset. So, you know, that's something that when we get off this call, let's talk to the Most High with. You know, meditate a little bit. You know what I mean? Sit down and we got to get out of here. It shouldn't be like that. You know what I mean? We're so close to the end. I mean, Most High does what he wants to do. We understand that. We're so close to the end, these people got to go. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. You know, to keep the scriptures in line and in order that you do this and that happens to you, these guys got to go. You know, and that's something that I ask all y'all brothers and sisters on this call tonight to pray. You know what I mean? Say a prayer before you go to sleep. Destroy these people. There's no point for them to be here still. You know what I mean? They're just taking up air. They're breathing up the black man's air and the black woman's air. You know, it's like it. You know what I'm talking about? They're taking up space. Anybody else got anything before we close out? All right. But if you got anything, hit me up. Direct message me.
Chaasadyah.
Go ahead.
Now, this brother Joshua from the Bronx. I just want to say it was a beautiful class tonight. Love y'all, Israel. Have a safe and beautiful night. God bless all.
The water, Tim. All praise to the Most High, fam.
Chaasadyah.
Go ahead.
I want to say one thing to the brother with that went to church and they start telling you stuff. Be careful taking stuff home from them churches because some of them have demons in it, and then you take it home, and then your house was peaceful, and then all of a sudden you see stuff floating and other kind of crap because you didn't got the stuff from churches. Because it happened to me when I was younger. It wasn't that we went to a church. It was my father's mother's church, and she brought them prayer rug to sent the prayer rug to the house from the church, and it looked like a rug, but it was made out of paper. I can't even describe it. And my father brought it in the house, and next thing you know, at night, my mother was sitting on the phone, and I was doing the dishes, and my father was cooking fish, and something told me to turn to the side, and I looked. It was a black figure with a head, and it had shoulders and a neck, but as it went, you couldn't see through that. As it go down, I saw my mama because it turned gray, and then you could see through it.
Wow.
And my mama said she felt something looking over her shoulder, so she looked up, and it jumped up and went to a ball in the corner. So we all ran in there and looked at it, and it looked three-dimensional. It looked flat, but it looked round. And as it spent around one time, some white stuff shot out the bottom of it, and it just said shoop, 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 and it backed up and hit the chandelier and disappeared. And then my mom was like, "Who brought something in the house?" And I said, "Well, Dad had the prayer rug from his mama church." And we was like, "Look for it." My father said, "I sat on the table." We looked at the table, it was gone. So my mother had, them old little book holders that looked like a Y. And she told my sister to go through the books and turn it upside down, and just play the bottom of the book where you can, play through it. So my sister, she couldn't get into the bookcase because the books were so tight up in there. And she finally got into one of them, turned it upside down, played it, and the prayer rug came out. So we just took it outside and burnt it, and then we ain't had no more problem.
Salaki. That was actually, I'm 23 now. That was actually when I was 12 years old that happened. But it's crazy you say that because I was at the pastor's house and the bishop had left, and these was all women pastors and evangelists. And I was going into the room, and man, I seen just like how you described it, man. I seen this tall, it was like 8 feet tall, big, brolic, black figure, and that scared me so bad I couldn't sleep or nothing. I'm talking about I was scared, and I went back and asked her what that was. It was this pastor. Her name was Pastor Daniel. This is what she told me. She told me that death's following you if you don't start being obedient, and I really believed it at the time. Come to find out, after we left, because we found out they was embezzling money and all type of foolishness. Her mama, the bishop, she got paralyzed. She can't even talk now. And the pastor that told me that she was sleeping with a police officer that went there, a fornication, all types of wickedness. You know what I mean? So I would never take that, that what she told me there. But I believe that. That could have been just a demonic spirit in her house. But, man, that shit's scary, and that scared the hell out of me. I'm 23, and sometimes just thinking about it, it still scares me. You know what I mean?
Well, look, all right. Somebody could give me numbers 23 and 23. You say 23, right?
Yeah.
23. Let's get numbers 23 and 23. All right. Let's figure this one out.
Numbers.
Dark shadows is out there. All right. Let's get it. Let's put things in perspective. Go ahead, King.
Numbers chapter 23, verse 23. Surely there is no enchantment against Jacob, neither is there any division against Israel. According to this time, it shall be said of Jacob and of Israel, what have God wrought?
Yeah, there's no divination against Israel. So let's go to Job 1, verse 10, right? And you'll see why. You know what I mean? You have to be following the law, statutes, and commandments. Think about all those experiences that you had with the dark figures and shadows. Were you following the Sabbath? Were you going to feast days? Were you wearing fringes?
No, of course we wasn't back in them days.
So to keep that in mind, to keep the perspective that, you know what I mean? You're like, all right, don't bring anything into your house. And I get that. You know what I mean? But when you found the law, statutes, and commandments, ain't nothing gonna touch you.
Right. I know that now. Back then, I didn't know that. I was doing everything the world was doing.
So let's bring that out, Job 1 and 10.
Job 1 and 10. Has not thou made an hedge about him and about his house and about all that he have on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands, and his substance is increased in the land.
So Satan's talking to Yahweh like, I can't get at Job. He's got a hedge around. You know what I'm saying? So when you are in that realm of aiming to be perfect, you know what I'm saying, upright and sincere, and following the law, statutes, and commandments, the Most High puts a hedge around you. Now, that's not to say that these shadows and dark figures aren't around, but they can't get close to you. You know what I mean? They can't bother you. They can't scare you. They can't stuff because the Most High is with you. You know what I'm saying? You don't want those dark figures around. You want light. Like that light that was followed that plane for 7 minutes at 400 or 500 miles an hour. That's really good. If that's near you in the end days and Jacob's trouble, you're like, what? Look at this. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool. I gotta how tall that was, but at least I would say at least 10 to 15 feet. I don't know how far away it was, but it was pretty deep. Whatever, you know what I mean, however how tall it was. You want that around you. They got this thing called the Hat Man, and, they visit you at night, and, like, there's demons. There's pretty much just demons. And you don't want them anywhere around you. That's why one reason to follow these laws, statutes, commandments to this T. And
at night, you might get choked. You know what I mean? It's a very vulnerable time. You need God to protect you. You know what I mean? You need that protection. You pray. That's why before you go to sleep, and you pray, thank God I woke up. Because in an 8-hour time period, almost 60,000 people died worldwide. 59,400 average. Every 8 hours, people die. So when you go to sleep, you pray before you go to sleep. You pray when you wake up. You know what I mean? You pray to keep these things away from you, because you really can't fight them. It's a spirit. So how do you fight a spirit like that? Pray. You keep the law, statutes, commandments first. You pray. You fast, and you know, and you meditate on the Most High. You meditate on His Word. You know, you sit there and read scriptures. You read chapters. You reading the Bible keeps those things away from you. You doing what the Most High commands you keeps those things away from you. What was it? The apostles were like, how can we get this evil spirit away? They got to fast. Only this evil spirit, this type of spirit that is level to this spirit too, and it's demonic realm. This type of spirit that can only get defeated through fasting. You know, that's why fasting is important as well. All right. Okay. Let's get late, y'all. Anybody have any more questions? Please, start Lord's Prayer. All right. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to DM me. Okay, on Instagram. Let's all rock. You know, whatever you want to pop this down, but whatever you want to do, the Facebook, work out the Lord's Prayer. I am going to say. I'll give you a couple minutes or a couple seconds, whatever. You might get comfortable. We're not comfortable, Chaasadyah. And get in a position. All right. Yeah. The Lord's Prayer in Paleo Hebrew. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Wadash, Ayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Saba'ah, Batazayaka, Ayah, Aisha, Ratazah, Wa, Ayah, Shemayim, Nadananawa, Wachum, Cow, Yawam, Wasalachnawa, Tabawakinawa, Tasalachinawa, Tabawakinawa, Wala'ah, Taiwan, Slakia. Taibanawa, Taiwan, Abal, Chayashayanawa, Mayang, Rai, Chaya, Lumka, Tamalakwa, Wala'ala, Walapalaruf, La Walumnum, Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushai. I hope everybody was edified through this lesson. You know, to keep the faith. Don't stop. You see all the signs all around you. Just real. Don't let them gaslight you. Don't let them spit in your eye and say it's raining. No, it's really going down. We're really in that time period. All right? Keep that in mind. Don't lose focus. Don't get mad off small things. It's a lot of, you got a whole kingdom waiting for you. All right? So don't let the small things to a giant, right? Small thing to a king. Small thing to an Israelite. Like that. You know what I'm saying? Let all that light stuff go. Look, we wait for the kingdom. We waiting on the kingdom, waiting on our Savior to come back. All right? So with that, I love y'all. Keep going. Stay strong. Talk to brothers. How about the thumb?
How about Shema Shach Martha? Shalom.
Shalom.